They don't have any theme. They have just come to loot primarily. So I would suggest this can be recalled, and we feel that we can make with stones throwing at the police is that we are violating the constitution. So if we have to do it, there is a better ways of doing it as opposed to what we have seen today. We've seen destruction of properties, maybe death. Having destroyed this country or having shaped this country. Thank you. Thank you. I think I can hand over the mic.
Okay, thank you so much. We can have Gen Z Kenya.
Yeah, guys. Today I'm very disappointed very much. You know, these goons have been paid to push an agenda to the parents. Wanataka wazazi waamini maandamano ni kitu mbaya. So wataendelea kupush. So what I'm proposing, or call off the Thursday maandamano, or call off. Then tusilale. You have to push the agenda hata kama ni online, to push kabisa, but kuendelea na maandamano we cannot continue like that kwa sababu we are losing more. Watu wamekufa kama leo, 2 already wameconfirmed being dead. You can never continue like that. Businesses zinaharibiwa za normal citizens. Hiyo naye is unacceptable. We need to call off, then to push kwa social media kabla tukijipanga tuone tutafanya nini. I have finished.
Thank you so much. We can have Humble Bay.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'm very, very disappointed. Like, I'm disappointed because these people, what are they doing? Like, people are forced to close their jobs at kuna Maandamano, a peaceful one. Then this happens. Huh? I'm very disappointed by that. And I know that some of these people that were paid, wako hapa, you guys can hear me. How much were you paid? Like, how many days unaenda kukula hiyo pesa ulilipwa only kusaliti your country? Are you not even feeling guilty? You feel guilty ukikula hiyo pesa? Like, honestly, I'm so disappointed. I'm very disappointed. Kwa sasa we don't know what to do again. Hatujui kenye tutafanya tena. Because if it's this maandamano now, it's not working again. So I'm really disappointed. And I know some are here. Some are here because they were so many. Those goons were so many. Like, walikuwa the majority. Wanafanya hadi sisi tuonekane as if we are the criminals, we are the real criminals, while sisi we are peaceful. So if one of you happens to be my friend, I swear mi nitakusaliti. I'll give you out. I'm so disappointed. Nimekasirika sana.
Humble Bay, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Next, we can have Palma. Is it Palma? Yeah, Palma. Okay, seems he's not with us. We can have Dan.
Thank you for the site, and I condole with those who have lost their loved ones or those that have been hurt. I just have a question for where we find ourselves. There's an English word that says, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Picture yourselves, look at our political leadership. I'm not entertaining, encouraging, or condoning violence, but I'll just pose it as a question to all of us. Do we have leaders that you can invite to a sit down in a room or in a hall, present your issues, and they heed? Tell me when any grieving group in our society, be it teachers, be it doctors, be it nurses, be it traders, any caliber of people, be it people in a community looking for a road, looking for water project, anything in our society, that a leader has ever come, sat down, people have made the request, and it has been done. Tell me anything that people have gotten without coming out, pouring their anger in whichever way, without the use of peace that has ever worked. If you have that answer, then you will understand. If you have that answer, then you will not understand. But if you have that answer, then maybe you might understand why it takes this. Last week, Gachagua made a very interesting statement. He said, did it have to take all these things all the way to burning of parliament for the bill to be withdrawn? Did it have to? Remember, at each and every chance, we have an opportunity to make the right decision at the right time. Why can't our leaders be the type, even though by default they are bad, but once an issue has been presented to you, why don't you correct your badness by at least trying to make amends or do the right thing at the correct time? Our leaders might have wanted to give us bad bills or do bad things, but why can't they react at the very earliest opportunity like this finance bill? Did it have people to get through all this, to form even all these groups and talk? Yet there were all structured forums where people were talking in hotels, in boardrooms, wherever, presenting petition, writing them on paper with zero violence. Did it have to get to this far for them to make a decision? But are they also the type that can make that good and useful decision at the right time before something bad happens? If those people that went inside parliament never did, do you think the finance bill wouldn't have been withdrawn? I want us to also ponder about that. Assuming people just went and walked in the streets of Nairobi with placards and saying withdraw, withdraw, do you, sitting where you are, knowing the type of individuals we have as our leaders, do you think the finance bill would have been withdrawn as at today? If you have that answer, you will call these people goons, you will call them thugs, you will call them bots, you will call them anything you want, even though what they are doing is wrong and not acceptable and not encouraged and not inspiring. But do you, wherever you are, sitting down, think anything meaningful, anything positive would have come out of all this that people were requesting? I leave that as a question to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan. We can have, I think it's Dr. Owiti Owayo. Yeah. Dr. Owiti Owayo, you can have the mic. Dr. Owiti. Okay, so next we can have Kenneth Otieno. Guys, can you hear me?
Hello guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, like, at this point, I really wish I was in Nairobi. I'm very far away. I could have come there and really riot, because venye huyo bro aliongea juzi, I cannot believe anaulizwa kuhusu kitu anaweza ambia mama ya mtu amelose mtoto, anauliza kama mtu anaweza shutiwa risasi 8 na mtoto mdogo first of all, alafu baada kwa alive. Alafu the fact that sasa anatuthreaten ati juu tulikata finance bill, anaenda kukopa sijui 1 trillion and they are not even accountable for. Awatuambii hizo pesa zinaenda wapi. Ukiona vitu zenye watu wana search huko kwa internet ati sijui Gachagua anataka kutengeneza nyumba yake na 660 million, sijui wanafanyia nini 91 million, ananunua internet na 10 million. Yeah. Me, at this point, if this Gen Z thing is failing, people should just come up with something quick. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you had given me an opportunity to speak, but I think there was some network hitch on my side. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you for having this beautiful conversation. And as Owiti Owayo, I think I'm concerned about the situation in the country. And I'm also glad that young people have come at the forefront to speak for themselves rather than wait for the politician in the August House to speak for them. Of course, some of them end up making mistakes which have far-reaching consequences on the common mwananchi. And so the ongoing situation in the country is something which, as Owiti Owayo, I encourage that, because you realize that the president himself, and I want to confess here that I voted for the president. And as a voter, way back in 2022, it was my belief that this country could have been moved forward where we have all and sundry brought to the table. But you realize that upon the construction of this government, there are so many people who still feel that they are not part of it. They are at the periphery. And so that is the source of disquiet in this country, because the president and his cronies have a tendency, or they've had a tendency where they do things or they make unilateral decisions which are not made with regards to the plights and some of the problems which the common mwananchi is confronting at the ground. And so this gunship that you see in town, the gunship that you see in town is not just something that you can rubbish and say these are goons. And those who are calling for peaceful demonstrations can only be peaceful when both parties, that is the police officers, and remember the police officers and the military are serving the government. So if the government is unable to address the issues which are on the ground, thereby using extreme force, as we are witnessing currently in Nairobi and other places in this country, then you cannot apportion blame to the young people who are trying to defend themselves. And so in as much as we try to keep order, remain peaceful, but there are certain people in the military, in the police force, who are actually triggering young people to use violence as a means of recourse. So I support everything. And thanks so much for having me here. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Owiti. So, Kenneth, you are talking. I think you can continue. Kenneth. Okay, let's go to Shaq.
Thank you. So, hi, everyone. Yeah, so I wanted to say...
Hi.
Thank you. So, I wanted to say, first of all, let me send my condolences to everyone who's lost their loved ones. We'll be keeping guys in prayer. I wanted to start my point with telling you guys to, first of all, let's register as voters, because in case Ruto survives this revolution, we can take him back home in 2027. So let everyone register as voters. Let's not be tribalist. I'm applauding everyone because we are not tribalists. We are not tribalists, and we are trying so much to fight the urge of being tribalists. Thank you so much, guys, for not being tribalist. My second point is our most vital aspect of the Ruto Must Go agenda is uniting the people around a common cause. We need to focus on rallying everyone across different ethnicities, economic backgrounds, and political affiliations around the core issues that affect all of us. Because it is crucial to highlight the government's failure in addressing corruption, economic inequality, and lack of transparency. Because by creating a strong and unified front that can foster a sense of solidarity, we can actually amplify our voices and push for the changes that we need. Our goal should be to present our demands to ensure that this movement remains peaceful and persistent. Unlike today, that these goons were trying to, they were trying to hijack our peaceful demonstrations. But in some places, let me say some places, they succeeded, because a lot of businesses have been vandalized. They've destroyed a lot of properties. Then in some places, like this guy was posted that last night there's this Kiari, this MP, he paid some goons, and he's saying that he was among the guys who were paid, but he chose peace. He just went for the money because actually this money is ours. So these guys are paying are paying goons to actually interfere or take over our peaceful demonstrations. So if we want this to continue, let's prove these guys wrong that we're really peaceful. And if we see anyone who's trying to interfere with our demonstrations, kindly let us push them to the police so that our peaceful demonstrations can go on. Another thing, I'm still echoing this thing, guys. Please let us reach as voters so that in 2027, Ruto can go home in case he survives this revolution. I'm saying in case he survives this revolution. On Thursday, we'll be having another demonstration. Guys, let us all go back to the streets and be peaceful. I'm going to tell his manifesto to us is still going to convince some of us that he's actually a good guy, which is not the case. This guy has failed, and his cabinet actually he has the worst cabinet in presidency for the last, I don't know, for a very long time. This is the first time that this is happening. We've never had a very foolish cabinet like this one that is not even working. They are very corrupt. How can Baraza have that money to purchase a helicopter? And this guy has just been in politics for a while, and let's say even if he's earning $1 million per month, it's not enough to purchase such things. So guys, these guys are really joking with that. Then by 1st of July, which has passed, these guys were supposed to be having a salary increment. They're supposed to be having a higher salaries as compared to what they've been having previously. So guys, this guy is still taking us for a ride and is lying to us in our faces. Please, let's fight for our rights. This guy is taking us for a ride. Let's not fail each other, because if we fail, he's going to take advantage of us. As you've seen today, there are more killings, there are more shootings, and he said in his previous interview with Linus that there will be no tear gassing of the peaceful, the word peaceful demonstrators, and there will be no water cannons and shots. What has happened today? This guy has shot 2 people dead. Some people are still nursing their injuries. In KNH, we need blood. And this guy claims to be our president. He's not a leader. This guy is a dictator. He's trying to take us to the ways of Uganda. I can't even remember the last time Uganda had a decent elections. He's trying to take us to what is happening in Uganda. Let's not accept that. We have to fight for our country, because this guy is taking our country to the shreds. Let's not allow that. Let us come out in large numbers, peacefully demonstrating with one agenda. Let's tell Ruto, we want you to go back home. We want leaders that are accountable. This guy is not accountable. He was asked the other day, he was deflecting the questions that he was being asked during the interview. Whenever he was asked a question, he was answering with a different one. It was giving me the vibes of bora nimejibu sijaja blank space. That's the vibe this guy was giving us. And he claims to be a leader. He's really arrogant in his speeches. His cabinet has failed, and he wants to keep ruling. Let's not give him any chance, and eventually we are going to win. Thank you so much, guys, for giving me this time.
Thank you. Yeah, we are going to win. We as Gen Zs and also the millenniums, we are going to get back our country. Next, we can have wait, Kenneth. Kenneth, are you there? Kenneth? Okay, we can go to Edward Katana. Yeah. Edward Katana. Okay, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you so much. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Now, guys, as much as we as far as things are, we have to accept that we are doing very well. We are doing extremely well. The atrocities that has happened for the last 2 years since we had elections are very many, deep and hidden. Majority of you maybe, I know most of us might not be knowing this, but there are so many corrupt deals, and that is why you see now the cost of things had to go up, the bill had to be as it was, so that there is no money the government has to implement its projects. The only option they had is that a lot of money has been stolen to the extent that they had to increase the taxes to ensure that at least there is something they will do from today moving forward that Kenyans can see. If you look around you, do you see any road constructed or, the projects that Uhuru Kenyatta left, any that has been completed? There's a lot of nonsense going around. Money is being stolen, and you see people buying choppers and all that kind of luxuries, and that is what is happening. And we succeeded in ensuring that this bill didn't see the light of the day. I don't know why it has reached. I don't know where.
I don't know if you can still hear the speaker,
but you can only request once.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I was saying that so far as things are concerned, we are aware we are doing the right thing. And for the last week, this government were really traumatized. They were traumatized to the extent that you could see the president cannot answer simple questions. They were traumatized to the extent that you could...
Continue. Are you
yes.
done or what's up?
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you in particular.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, can I continue?
Yes, proceed. Proceed. Yeah, continue.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, one thing I wanted to
Continue,
say
Jackson.
is that
we can hear you.
Okay, are you able to hear me? Because it seems some people don't hear me right.
Yes, continue.
Can you hear him really?
Thank you.
Because I cannot hear him from my end.
Now what I was saying is, so far so good. We have been in a position to ensure that the bill has not...
Okay, we can have Edward Katana.
No, we can.
Yes,
We can
that's
hear
my
you.
name. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Gen Z group, I'm so happy with you guys. What is happening here in Kenya nowadays? Corruption, we have to delete it. What is happening nowadays in this country, hii nchi ni yetu. Now, this is the only time we have to change this country. And if we fail at this time, Gen Z, what I can urge you, tujitokeze kwa wingi sana na let us register. If this one failed, if this revolution failed, let us register in a huge number. When it comes to 2027, wacha tutoe hawa watu wote, tutoe this government, all of this government, let us eradicate them, remove MPs, MCS, these people,
the way they are doing things, now we have come to realize that they were after they had self-interest, right? So because we have realized that, for me, I'm very happy. So let us register. Let us take when it comes to 2027, tujitokeze kwa wingi, tukuwe na IDs, to register votes, tuanze na president. Let us remove that president, and we don't want even to elect a president who is very promissive. Like Ruto is very promissive and he's a liar, totally liar. So because we have realized that, tusiachwe nyuma, na ukishajua labda maybe your parent or your uncle anaweza kuwa mtu mwenye anaweza tanganywa na kitu kidogo, mimi nilikuwa na request as Gen Zs, feature ID yake, una feature hiyo ID yake mbali sana. Let us control everything on those polling station, even those positions on polling station. Let us also tujitolee tuende to one of the people who will be controlling those polling station. And when you see a young an old like our grandmothers and our grandfathers, mukiwaona pale, twende tuwasaidie, tuwapee direction yenye mahali penye wataenda kuweka kura yao yenye itakuja kuwasaidia, kwa sababu penye tumefikia sahizi, hii nchi tukiwaachilia hii nchi kwa hao watu, tutakuja kuangamia, na sisi ndio tutakuja kulia baadaye. I'm so happy Gen Zs ni watu wenye tumesoma, and this guy, the only thing yenye anafanya sahizi ni hii mambo ya mijengo yenye anaweka manyumba za kujenga, ati sisi tunasoma twende tumjengee nyumba ili ukitoka huko huo umechoka. That's too bad for us. Our parents are not educating us to go and build those houses zenye anaweka pale. Saizi ukiandikwa kazi, tax is very high. Angalia kwa housing levy, Gen Zs, for those who are working. Housing levy, court did not approve it, but the president, he forced it to be a law. Nowadays, those guys wenye tuko somehow na job, ukiangalia payslip is not a payslip for real. Payslip is not a payslip. Payslip is something that even it's like you are working for the government, and that's not good. We are not celebrating the work of our hands. The government is taking like everything in our payslip, so you are remaining with nothing. You can't save, even you can't buy anything. So it's like we are a slave for our government, and we have to say no for that. So the best option is to send this government home. Let us push on. Let us press. Let us not relax. Let us press on until we ensure that Ruto must go home, until he surrenders. So that one, it will be the only way for us to make this country to be a good country. Even the coming generation, the alphas, it will be so easy for them even to express. Even you see somebody who is very corrupt, like corruption is spreading like a virus everywhere, in every office. Ruto has corruption begins with him. He is a corrupt president. He don't listen. I was very disappointed last interview when the president was asked about the guy who was killed, who was shot 8 bullets. You can just imagine. The president is saying the guy was alive. Actually, kama angekuwa mtoto wake, president angesema kitu kama hiyo? No, president angesema kitu kama hiyo. And he's not apologetic. He's not apologizing even, calling people goons, criminals, and he's the one who is a criminal. Yeye ndiye anahitajika kule ICC, and yet the president is saying that Gen Zs, we are criminals. Let us protest peacefully. If you see somebody is joining our protest and yet he has a weird intention or a bad intention on that protest, identify the person. You can identify that person, remove him in that group of protest, and even we can discipline him, because our aim is a peaceful demonstration. We press until we ensure that Ruto surrender. This is our best time ever. Let us leave those politicians wenye walikuwa wanatupea pressure tuo nini tunaenda na wao. Hapana, this is our best time, and I'm so happy the way people are conducting themselves. And police in this government of Ruto, police they have that I think there is communication from Ruto. Ruto have told them to kill us. So when you protest, how I wish the Gen Zs have a piece of, you can just even sing our national language, a piece of our national flag, just carry it. You protest with it. That one, I think it will help us. I'm so happy the way we are pressing this thing. Our slogan remains, Ruto must go. We are tired. Our brothers and sisters wanasoma, but sasa wanasoma wakituangalia pia sisi. Sasa if sisi tunapitia such kind of life, and yet we elect these guys to change our life, and what they are doing, they have self-interest. So we have to send them home. We have to send all of them home, beginning from an MP, MCA, anyone who voted yes. Let us vote, let us register in a massive way so that we can eradicate this government and we take it home. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Edward. We can have Mkale, someone.
Hello, guys.
Tadi unanisikia?
Yeah.
Unanisikia?
Yeah. Nakusikia.
So pale nataka nianzie kwanza, kama wewe ni gun, kama wewe ni mwizi, nisione sura yako mbele yangu tukiwa maandamano. Tutadeal na wewe ruthlessly. We don't care kama utasurvive ama utadead, it's up to you. Kama umeamua, mpaka Biblia inasema do not steal. So kama umekuja ku masquerade kama protester na wewe ni mwizi, nisione sura yako mbele yangu. Uende uibe kwingine, ama uame town uende uibe kwingine. The first thing yenye nataka niseme, it's high time tuache jokes na ima jamaa. Historia ni nani anajua shida zetu? Ni hustler. That stupidity inafaa ishe bana. You cannot come and steal from my mother. Unamwibia mpaka pesa ya fertilizer, unaiba pesa ya Finland, unaiba pesa ya wanafunzi ya kwenda Canada, na unakuja unatuchekea na kama you don't know, ujui machungu yenye wazazi wanapitia huku mtaani. So fuck my member of parliament from Moiben constituency, anaitwa Phyllis Barton, mtu mwenda wazimu, akona upungufu ya akili kwa sababu vitu yenye anafanya ajui chenye ilimpeleka huko, and I'm not afraid to speak these things. The other thing is that the level of investment yenye DCI, NSIS wanafanya kutuangusha, wangekuwa na hiyo uwezo kudeal na corruption, tungekuwa mbali as a country kuliko uabduct Keter. So abduct Mintika Lenturi is a renowned rapist. Didmas Barasa ni mtu amepiga watu risasi. Aisha Jumwa ako na kesi kotini, Babu Owino. So DCI wacha kufocus na sisi bwana. Sisi ni watu peti. Mimi hata kwa account yangu pesa yenye niko nayo ni shilingi 200. Na unangangana na mimi unakuja kuarrest watu wenye hawana ene bwana. Deal with those goons. Hapo ndio pesa iko, mnafahamu deal na hiyo watu wenye ni corrupt. Mshike hiyo majamaa, muapprehend, tutawasupport as raia. The other thing yenye nilikuwa nasema ni the education sector man. Kama umefika the places kama Baringo County, Turkana County, Elgeyo Marakwet County, maze watu hawana classes bro. watu wanasoma chini ya mti. Imagine kupata mtu anapata 350 marks na alisoma chini ya mti. Sio ni kazi ya Mungu wase. So Machogu should fuck himself na aende mtaani. Tunahitaji reforms in almost every department. Labor. Unashangaa mchana Ruto ananominatiwa kama ambassador ya blood. Kwani sisi hatuna damu bwana? Kwani ni msichana Ruto peke yake ndiye anaweza donate damu nchi mzima? Unapata departments kama ya justice watu wamesoma law, wameenda Kenya School of Law, they have never been hired. Unakuja unaandika fake lawyers like the other quack mwenye alishikwa ile siku nyingine. Alikuwa anaitwa nani? Danston Omari ama ni mtu amekuwa lawyer na ana hata ajenda Gumbaru. God bless Kenya. Tumekosa sana, Mungu atuonee tu huruma. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. We can have Soulmate.
Hey, Gadi.
Soulmate is here.
Hello.
Soulmate.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to comment on today's protest. We have seen the kind of strategy.
Soulmate hatukusikii. I think your phone has a technical error. We can have new age, yeah.
Gadi anasikika.
Oh,
anasikika.
Okay, sorry, basi from my end simski. It's fine.
Hello.
So who is speaking? Because naona ni kama nini imenyamaza.
Edward, we're waiting for someone else to speak, but since I had some things that I'd like in regards to this conversation. All right, let's start to go up now.
Hello.
New age, you can speak. New age.
Thank you, Gary, for the opportunity to participate in this conversation. First and foremost, I am deeply saddened by the loss of lives that we have experienced since the onset of Maandamano. Tumepoteza watu wengi sana. It's a sad occurrence that we had to lose lives on a cause that is worth it and non-violence. We really need to be vigilant, and we need to be able to kusimama agenda yetu and support our own agenda, because at the end of the day, based on what we have observed today and even the last week, we have people who've been paid by these people tunaita MPs tu hapa wamelipana huku nje, and now it seems like they're winning now, because wanafanya sasa our cause was violent, our cause was very destructive. Now it's not looking good for us. So me personally, I am for the opinion that on Thursday, if we are here, you're fighting for the good fights, we need to show up on Thursday, support our fellow brothers and sisters who are fighting for us, who have been standing with us in every single line, in every single agenda. We need to support them. And also the businesses that are within CBDs, different CBDs, we need to protect them as well, because now you see our guns wakikuja wavunje, itakuwa ni sisi tumeharibu na sisi tumechoma. So we need to also protect businesses. We need to have numbers for these, and these numbers are not coming from anywhere else, they're coming from us. Mimi nikitoka kwa nyumba nikuje kwa street, nakuja kufight our good fight. We need our nation back. We are not letting this nation be taken to the dogs for one stupid mistake we made a few years ago by electing a president that had a very sweet time in convincing our parents and our grandparents to elect him for a seat. 2027 is coming. Tunahitaji kujikaza tutoke si wote. We are not losing this way. Voters, we need Gen Z voters, we need voters vibaya sana, because tukiendelea hivi tutanyoroshwa na atatushika kwa hiyo kiti. Also for today, when walikuwa kwa streets, kama ulikuwa kwa street ama you have access to footage of the goons, we need to leak that footage. We need to leak that footage to the public, to the masses, so that we circulate it. Tuseme sisi tulivunja hiyo, sisi tulichoma hapa. Ni hawa watu, here are the photos, here are their videos, this is what they've been doing, and we are going to look for them. Let's not relent. Let's not let these people win our fight, the start that we started. And with that, I'll say thank you.
Thank you so much. Soulmate, Edward, kindly mute your mic. Soulmate.
Yes, Gladys, can you hear me?
Guys, can you hear Soulmate because from my end I can't hear him or her.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Soulmate, loud and clear.
Okay, let me continue. Glady, maybe you'll catch up. This is what I had in mind for today. We have seen what has currently occurred on today's protest. We have seen all the goons. We have recorded them. We have pictures and what have you. What I like to say is I've seen somebody commenting on protecting our business and stuff. There's a time, if you remember, Sonko said they used to buy vehicles and burn them just to paint a bad picture to Baba then. That is the same thing they will do to us, to just paint a bad picture. Even if all those businesses are protected, they will have their way. What we need to do is just to look for new strategies henceforth, so that we can defeat them in their own game. Because they have started playing dirty, and we are actually clever than them. I believe so. Thank you for the opportunity.
The truth of the matter is all these things have been suggested, and the end of it is
Dr. James.
Can you hear me, Mambet? Anthony?
Hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
McKenna?
Yes, Pepita. Am I going next?
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me, guys?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Anthony, are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
All right. Kenyan professor.
Thank you, Pepita, for the opportunity. I think we need to begin from this point. Actions that are driven by emotions. Before we act, our emotions should be driven by reasoning. And reasoning also should be guided by principles. We need to understand that we are dealing with a system yenye haifuati the constitution. And I don't know, because I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know why people are advocating that we follow. I might sound wrong, but I don't know why people are advocating that we follow the constitution while we are dealing with a government and a system which does not follow the same constitution. we just need to come to the reality and understand that we are in a broken
hang on a
system.
second. Hang on a second, Kenyan. PP, you're dropping us. Your network is shaking, and you might lose.
Can you hear me now?
PP.
Can you hear me now? I think I'm better now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
I was refreshing.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Oh, is that? Can you hear me now? Can I go on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. So we are dealing with a very broken system. If we can have Pipita, you've called them a battalion of MPs. If we can have that battalion stand behind the president to clap when he says he's withdrawing what they were pushing for, then it shows you that these guys are trying to play a game on us. And they still think Kenyans are full, and they still think whatever is trying, this uprising will amount to nothing. And I want to, maybe I'm going to agree with what, is it Anthony is here? Anthony was speaking a while ago. We need to change the strategy, or rather find a strategy that will work out well for us, because we are in a broken system. You have mentioned Waluke, that the guy was found in the 300 million maize scandal. You've seen the likes of Obado. You've seen the likes of Didmas Baraza. You've seen Kagombe. You've seen Echesa. And the list keeps on going. You've seen Babu Owino. The list keeps on going. People are doing whatever they can do, and you still find them. I saw some people even propose Waiguru to be the deputy president when Ruto was calling for a woman deputy president. And you see, they'll do, and then want to come back and still try to behave like things are okay. So we are in a very, very broken system. Sent you. I was going through my my wall yesterday, and then I saw Duale's brother is, I don't know, the director of what is it a parastatal or what? I was looking at Kimani Ichung'wah. I think the sister-in-law is an ambassador somewhere. The sister is doing something in the government. I don't know the brother is doing what in the government. So it shows you that nepotism is also something that is still in here. We cannot even just go to talk about tribalism. We cannot even go there. These things, we are a system which is very, very broken. And I think in this uprising, in this revolution, one of the things that we need to embrace is the spirit of our accountability. We need to bring everybody to accountability. There is a need for a public audit. There is a need for an audit for every member of parliament and everybody in the governance system. Number two, we need to have an audit of our debt. We need to know, what are we paying for? How much was used? Because right now, people are paying, we are still paying for, what is this? Is not golden bag. We are still paying for Eurobond. And Eurobond, it is so shocking that not even a quarter of it was spent on the Kenyan land, or rather for the sake of the Kenyan benefit. So we need to go and try look and audit each and every individual. We are not trying to look at this one is from my tribe, or this one is from a party that I voted for. No, everybody. This is a wash system that should wash everybody. Let us cleanse the system once and for all. Apart from audit, actually, when we're talking about that, so there is I don't know whether it is the Star which was talking about 2023 about Ruto's land in DRC. He has a land where he's doing farming in DRC, and so somebody was saying that there are claims that the fertilizer which was supposed to come to Kenya is the one which was sent to DRC for his he has I think 5,000 acres, if not 500, and this might be true or it might not be true, but why doesn't he come out to tell us where the fertilizer went to? Why should we buy something that is not a fertilizer? Like here in LD, we bought a lot of tons, if I'm not wrong. We bought a lot of fertilizer, which is not good. So when we want to go out, there are people who are sent now to begin following us up. Why is it that the president is not coming out strong? Why is the CS still in office when these things are happening? When Ruto misbehaved while he was in Kibaki's government, Kibaki dismissed him while he was still the Minister of Agriculture. You remember that Mzee was saying Iligulwa. He was referring to Ruto while he was the Minister of the Minister of Agriculture. But you see now, when there is a mishap in his cabinet, he's not bringing these people down or calling them for accountability. He's not even dismissing them. So you hear there is a commission, and they protect this man, while logic will tell you if the people in the subordinate are missing it, the top leader or the top official is accountable or should be held accountable. So this shows us that with this government, we missed it big. We really missed it big. Now, a second thing, there is a constituency, I think, it should be in the coastal areas, which does not have an MP since elections, because it was found out. I don't know what happened, but they don't have a representation in the parliament. I think it should be since 2022. Why are we comfortable when there is a constituency which does not have a representation in the parliament? The IEBC should be reconstituted as soon as possible. We should focus on audit. We should focus on the reconstitution of IEBC, because these are the things which will give us a voice. As I close, Anthony said something very, very significant. 2027 is very far. I'm telling you, 2027 is very far. What we will fail to do within this year and within these few months, we cannot be able to achieve it all the way in 2027. If we allow these guys to keep on operating till 2027, they will find, somebody was saying they'll find all of us, but that is not even the case. But they will suppress us even more until we will not have a voice. So if there is an action to be taken, it should be now. If it is not now, it should be now, or else we forget about it. If it is about sitting down and going to the streets and sitting down. One minute, Prince. Yes, sir. For me, I didn't look at it as something very, very strategic or commendable, but I think it's a good thing, because goons, they thrive in violence. Goons thrive in violence. And even the police, even the rogue police system, they thrive in violence. I think going to the city and logging up the city so that there will be no movement, there is nothing, just sitting down, and even just, if we can even sing or even just be silent, I think that can work out for us. Goons, it was reported earlier that there are guys who are believed to be goons who are coming from Sakaja's office. And I think there is also a group which was paid by some MP, I don't know the name. These guys should be held accountable. I heard that there were guys from Kariobangi who were sent by Sakaja's team to go and also ban the city hall last. These men should be held accountable. And also it shows that we have not yet done much work when it comes to raising Kenyans in terms of loyalty and patriotism. So why should you accept to be paid to go and infiltrate a move which is supposed to be of a benefit to you? And so civic education must begin from the family level. It has to go to the community level, and then we'll see a revolution. So as I close, public audit of the politicians, number one. Number two, audit of our public debt. We need to know our debt. Number three, we need to reconstitute our IBC. Number four, we need to work with and strategy which will not cause violence. And if we are going to sit down in CBD, I think that will work out well for us. Thank you so much, Pepita.
Thank you for that. I see McKenna is here with us. McKenna has been patient and clear of us, and then I'll listen to Professor Kivuta Kibwana and what he has to say on this. If you have requested the mic, I'd request you request again, because I can't see any request on my side. Maybe my co-hosts can help me if they can see any of them. But right now, I can see your requests. If you request again, I think when my internet drops, they went with some of my features. McKenna, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Peter?
I'm doing great, bro.
Now, this is the worst time to stop this movement. Trust me, if we stop now, there will be no other opportunity to deal with William Ruto. He will turn out to be the worst dictator that Kenya has ever had. Now, those people who are complaining and spreading division narratives and saying that the Gen Z movement has been hijacked by other people, I want to tell you that in every situation, people will take advantage and want to benefit from it. So that should not deter you from pursuing whatever people want to pursue, a better Kenya. Even Mwai Kibaki, not Mwai Kibaki, Jomo Kenyatta did not fight Mau Mau when Dadan Kimathi was in the bush fighting. He was probably in the UK studying, but during independence, he came just before independence. He came and benefited and ended up becoming, the first president of Kenya. And we all know that Dedan Kimathi's family died poor. You have to know, what are you fighting for? But the end goal is we achieved independence. So what are we fighting for here? Are we fighting for positions? Definitely not. Not all Gen Zs will benefit from positions. What we are fighting for is a better Kenya. We are fighting for a Kenya that respects the rule of law, a Kenya that values everyone, a tribeless Kenya like we've shown the past few weeks, and a Kenya that is corruption free. So people coming here and claiming to be leaders or wanting to benefit or derail the movement, we shouldn't listen for that to such people. We should just focus on the main goal. Now, stopping now, trust me, the government, what the government is doing right now is they are paying people to rob businesses, to fight peaceful protesters, and turn Kenya into an anarchy. Now, we should know that we are dealing with a president who is very vengeful. William Ruto was accused for post-election violence in 2007, 2008. He went to Hague. There was enough evidence to prosecute and charge him and get him, jailed. But what did he do? He killed almost all the witnesses, including those who had seek refugees in foreign countries, Western countries. He went for them. He had all the money. They stole all the money, used the money to kill all the witnesses. You all know people disappeared, some died, every other witness. And ICC ended up dropping that case because of witness interference. You all are aware of that. So this is the same person who came and he's hiding in religion. He will tell you this. He will lie in church and tell you this and do exactly the opposite. So he's very vengeful. Trust me, if we let him go, he's gonna come for everyone who led this movement. And he won't stop there. He will make sure that he silences everyone who will try to raise their voice for the rest of the time that he will be president. So this is the best time. This is the best time to deal with him and let no one. And trust me, if we come out in numbers, if people come out in numbers, there is no weapon that can shoot 1 million people marching together. They can go anywhere. And it has happened Robert Mugabe. It can happen in Kenya too. So it's the worst time to stop this movement. Let's not stop. Thank you, Pipita.
All right. Thank you, McKenna, for that submission. I see Cleophas Matoke has been here for a minute. Someone is saying, McKenna, you're speaking a lot of sense. I'm trying to read the comments as well as they come in. Kuna watu wenye wako kwa hiyo comment section, sielewi motive yenu, but by the end of the night, I will know. Tutaongea kando. Cleophas, how are you doing?
Hi, Pipisa. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man.
Thank you. So, first, I like your topic, which way Kenya? Like, we're not just looking at what's going on currently, but also for the way forward. So, according to me, the Gen Z movement started so well. Most of us were actively involved in the reject the finance bill until when it changed, and then we gave it a name, Ruto must go. To my own understanding, I felt like we lost the point because we took all the Kenyans' problem to be named Ruto must go. The problems we currently facing in Kenya, they honestly don't have that name, Ruto must go. What do I mean? Even if Ruto was to go, even if Ruto was to resign today, it won't mark the end of our problems. Unfortunately, if we're not careful enough, it might mark the beginning of more problems, more suffering, and more suffering to the innocent people who do not have a way out. So we must be made to retreat and find a better strategy. Instead of fighting an individual, let's fight the vices in our society. Let's face corruption. Let's face, for example, the president was talking about he's willing to start by reading as an example to accept a pay cut. How about we push that agenda? How about we push to have all the salaries of the members of parliament, the president, all the executive, everyone take a pay cut, and then we push that agenda. Because if we don't, I feel like we're losing the golden opportunity to have us heard by the executive and also to make a point that is going to change not just our life. Please, I hope you all understand my point. I don't want to be against the movement or be rebel like I'm against the movement. But according to me, we can't fight the oppressor for us to be the oppressor. Like, because we are oppressed, then we fight the oppressor so that we can be the one oppressing the person who was oppressing us. I feel like that would be so bad, and we won't be building the society that we desire for ourselves. It's true, some members of parliament voted for the finance bill against majority of us, but that is the beauty of the democracy that we enjoy, that it gives us power to have a different view. I've seen most of us pushing for the agenda to salamia hao watu. To salamia hao watu naturally means if we meet them, we beat them.
Sorry guys, network issue. I so share let's also ask our questions. Questions sure that they will be answered soon. Thank you. Philip, I think now I have started. Let's hope for the best, yeah. For what the humans are telling you.
Whatever happened. Really live issues that even other countries on the continent and the leadership on the continent should be listening in. So after what has happened, especially today, and maybe even before a bit, I think it is not something to discourage such a potent, such a historical movement. So I think that's the first thing, that in all your spaces, because even as I talk, I have to be guarded because I don't want to talk to tell you what to do, but simply to make certain observations, because it's your movement, it's a Gen Z movement. So please don't feel that something terrible has happened so that you're losing it, because that would really be very negative. The second, and even in the 90s, when we were also advocating for the constitution, there was the Jeshi la Mzee, and actually very vicious, to the extent that even in my situation, my children, where they went to school, people went there and told them that your father is trying to overthrow the government and you don't even have to be in this school. Something that even now that I have, grandchildren, they keep on talking about it. So you can see how deep it goes. But I think it's important, perhaps, to ask yourselves, where are these so-called goons coming from, and how can you actually begin to even in some of the places where they are being sourced from, go and begin a conversation that this thing is big. It's not something for people to just come and steal and so on, because one has to anticipate this will happen, and therefore in advance say, how am I going to deal with it? Because if you thought it wouldn't happen, then it means that in terms of planning and so on,
then it wouldn't be, the right way to do stuff. But because I know there is a time element, I think it's important for in this space, in all the spaces that you have, to collate all the things that you think require attention so that you can address them to Kenyans. You can address them to Kenyans because, you see, this is not a conversation with to the president, to the politicians, to the place where you win in the first instance is how you convince Kenyans that if this happens and this happens and this happens, this is how we create a new society, from the colonialism of 1960, before 63, which has continued. So you in the spaces that you have, you say that this is what must happen, and you have a list of all those things, and even go beyond and make them the Gen Z millennium, like some Twitter did, manifesto. Like, this is the Kenya really that we want beyond even Vision 2030. Because that's how you popularize the thing, and it's not easy for even some small goons to dent such a powerful movement, which is ingrained in the populace itself. And finally, I think, I think that anything like what you're doing must be complex, because you can't say that we shall just have one way of approach, and we will, go into the streets and that's it. It has to be, multifaceted, so that it is not easy to attack it. For example, there's going to be, funerals, and I extend my condolences. The funerals, and people, go and bury the fallen comrades together. There are people in hospital. There are, there are many things. And what was suggested of, people sitting in one place and people, talking and saying that this is our issue. So I think this is a serious movement, and it must go into the populace, so that the populace knows this is what is, so that even those goons at some point send and they say, no, we can't attack this because it's attacking ourselves. And this is really, somebody made a very, very fundamental point. This is not something targeted just to the president. It is targeted to the entire system, so that all the wrong things that have happened are corrected, and we have a new system, and that is very, very, very fundamental, because otherwise, even new people who would come, either through an election or whatever, if they are of the same old mind as the present politicians we have, then there will be no change. And I just wanted to share, because I'm very excited that I can see what Mamau did, maybe, the NCA of those days. The young people have now taken position to really dialogue with everybody in their country, and say that there are things we are not going to accept, and we must have a new Kenya, and nobody is going to stop us from that. Thank you very much, Pepita, and all for listening to me.
All right. Thank you, Professor Kivuda, for your words of wisdom, and of course, reminding us that there's always been a resistance when there is a struggle. And you even highlighted that part of Vijesh Yamoi. I didn't know that. I have to go back and read into history. Somebody here on the spaces said we need to go back and read our history, and I think it is very important so that we can understand how we need to do it. And I like the fact that you're also saying let's make it as complex as possible. I see Maverick is on the line, Clinton, the Godfather, Mariam, and Ismail Luta, of course. Let's hear from them, and then we will have a changeover of the space. This is Home Running People, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the Home Run with PP.
Maverick.
Hello, guys.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by passing my condolences to everyone who has lost a friend, a daughter, a brother, and any family member because of trying to fight for the future of our country, Kenya. So I want to start by saying that Ruto must go. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Ruto has presided over a government that is plundering the country. We've seen the opulence, ukora tu ile mbaya. We've seen people carrying bags of cash. And we know that right now Ruto is cornered. And right now is not the time to be discouraged. Not at all. Because he is shaken. And him being shaken means that his allies are also shaken. And that is why we see that none of them are coming out to speak to people. We are not seeing them on top of vehicles. We are not seeing them coming to churches to speak, with the boldness they usually have. They don't have that. But if we give them the opportunity, if we let Ruto think that he is winning, then we're going to start hearing them talk again. And that is why we can see, I want to pardon the mama who talked. I don't know her name. I couldn't see her name on the space. However, I just want to remember that, whatever we are going through, we've gone through it for so long. And there's this generation that, we've been, Stockholm syndrome. That is what our country is suffering from. And the older generation, tumeambiwa kwa kanisa, we kubali tu, you just accept, don't speak to power, you have to behave, you are misbehaving, you have to listen, And right now we are saying that we've been listening, but we know that what is happening is not right. We have to take back our country. And saying that at the tuketi tuongee, there's nothing to talk to with Ruto. Whatever he's doing now, he's just trying to remain in power. And he will do anything, he will say anything. We'll even probably see Oscar Sudi or someone going back home just for, just playing tricks with us so that he can have time again to regather and then get back and hit us really hard. So no, we can't give him that space. And I want to remember something that Niccolo Machiavelli said once. He said that if an injury has to be done to a man, it should be so severe that his vengeance need not to be feared. And right now, we are fighting a righteous battle. This is something that we all have to understand. We are doing the right thing, and we have to stick to it. Because if we don't, and also there's something that Professor Kivuta Kibwana mentioned, saying that, we have to talk to everyone. We have to reach out to everybody. We have to talk to our grandmas. We have to talk to, our parents. When you wanasema that, tusikilize tu. We have to demystify things. We have to demystify words. For example, the word corruption has been used in our country so loosely until it has lost power. So tukisikiaga tu corruption, we don't understand what corruption means. We don't understand that corruption has affected everything in the country. There's nothing in the hospital. We don't have books in school. The classes look like, excuse my language, they look like shit. There's no prospects for the future. Kila kitu. Hii mambo sijui ati politician anakuja kutuambia that tunatengeneza barabara so we should clap. Roads has been there for centuries. There's nothing to clap about. Unajua? So we have to keep going, and we have to take back our country. Wanted to oppress, they're oppressing the coming generation and the generation after, and for several thousands of years going on. So right now, with this strength that we have to organize and remain focused. And these people wenye wanalipwa to come and disrupt the protest, we have to find other strategies. For example, I mean, we plan to gather. Maybe we can have a banner. Tunaweza tembea with our hands tied up so that the police can know that we're not throwing stones, we're not doing anything, and we are marching forward to State House to take back our country because it is ours. That's all I have for now. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you, Maverick, for that. I see Ruben Kigame is back. I had put him up on the line and then his mic got issues. So, Ruben, how are you?
Hey, Pipi, thank you so much for the great conversation. Sorry, I had lost connection for a bit. But because there are many who wish to contribute, allow me to first of all share a proposal. And that is that we have lost so many innocent lives in the last few weeks, but the focus is on the action. I think we need to come to a point where, as Gen Zs, as millennials who believe in this cause, we could set aside one evening. I'm proposing tomorrow evening or Thursday evening, but it needs to be organized when we have an evening of darkness in memory of those we have lost. Turn off the electricity. We can agree for how many hours. If you want to use candles, that's okay. But I'm thinking we really need to show solidarity with the heroes that have lost their lives, the families that have lost their children innocently, and also to be of an encouragement to those who are still injured in hospital. I was in Mikindani on Monday evening, I think it was. Yeah, on Sunday evening, sorry. I was in Mikindani to condole with the family of Emmanuel Giggs Tata. And the pain there, just a few people gathered. I think the whole nation needs to come to the realization that lives have been lost. And we need to make a strong statement. I was at Kenyatta Hospital yesterday, visited 2 wards, a lot of Gen Zs there that are wounded. And of course, we're not allowed to take pictures. The pictures are not the issue. But there are families that have been affected adversely. I think we need to pause and remember those who've sacrificed. Now, the second thing I wanted to say is we need to find a way within the current liberation struggle to reach out to those that are being hired so easily. A lot of young people who are hopeless because they don't have an income, they don't have a way out, are easily bought by these guys. If we could spend our, TikTok accounts and Twitter spaces and so on to speak to our fellow citizens that are being bought, I think it would be so useful, because this is probably one of the most powerful ways to defeat bad governance and the exploitation of the people. We need to actually undo the tendency to be hired easily. The third thing I will say is that, for those that are in the struggle, you may feel like you are inventing something. No, it's not something you're inventing. For those who don't know me, I left university the same year as Ruto. We are 9 months apart in birth. And so we graduated together in 1990. So he went the YK92 way. And me, I followed the Kibwanas and the rest in the multi-party claimer. And things worked in those days. University worked, high schools worked. And so what pains me is that having gone through systems that work, this generation, Ruto and his team, mess up the country, knowing well what can be done. The answers are there. The professional expertise is there. But they've replaced everything with looting and personal aggrandizement. I think we have to come to a point of conversation of telling them that we want what worked for you to also work for us and our children. Let me also mention the issue of institutions like IEBC. When we watch a government systematically reduce independent institutions to personal offices, to personal gimmicks, I think a nation must rise and fight that with all its might. You see, what happened after the 2022 elections, after Chebukati's term came to an end, IBC was actually made redundant so that nothing could move. And this government thrives in disabling institutions so that, whatever happens benefits them. So if you had an election, a by-election now, it wouldn't work. But what is worse is that the appointment of the IEBC officials is made to be a two-people affair, or, a Ruto-Raila kind of thing. Pick your people, we pick ours, because that's the only way to have fairness. That is an insult to independent institutions. We really must demand a functional, independent institution that is also equipped with people independently, independent from the powers that be. And so it's not enough to have an IEBC. We must have a proper, functional, transparent, and accountable institutions. I think this should be added strong on the list of minimal demands. Lastly, I would like to say that, our children have made us proud, but they have rekindled what we have always fought for. Where we are now, if we don't reboot, actually, we are going to either go the dictatorship way, or we are going to have a dysfunctional country that cannot be fixed. So we need to be thinking, what can we do to push harder so that what we are fighting for actually happens quickly? And for me, I see it in two ways. Either we have to move to boycotts and, sit homes, etc., so that through 2 to 3 days, we paralyze the activities and the functions of government so that our message can be heard. If all of us stayed at home and children didn't go to school and no vehicle moved and no shop opened, perhaps there might be another way of hearing us. And then I would say the other way, and I'll finish with this, would be to read the signs and have a way of communicating away from the social media, so that if we needed to communicate a crypted message, we can communicate without telling our enemies what we are planning to do. For example, today's demonstrations or protests would have more easily unveiled our enemy if we said, for example, we were going to occupy the spaces and then had a crypted way of not going, so that those who go can easily be picked as our enemies or the enemies of the revolution. I say this because if you look at how the police responded to the looting and so on, you know for sure who sent them. So let's not lose heart, but let's re-strategize and be thinking about how we can escalate, not how we can cow down or slow down. God bless you all, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, Ruben, for that submission. Very powerful indeed. Mariam, give us a lady's voice on this space. We just have men everywhere. Come on. Mariam.
Yes, Pipi, how are you?
I'm doing well, and you?
I'm doing well. Are you feeling better now?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. Right now, I'm a bit mobile.
Good stuff. Get well soon. Yeah, so, hey, anyway, firstly, I want to, my heart goes out to the business people across the country who are collateral in this whole, what do we even say? In this whole push for change. We know that the government has done that intentionally so that it can activate the business community to counter these protests. And it's actually very sad because I know that this movement had the goodwill of the business community. So my heart really goes out to them. And well, secondly, Kenya, the biggest problem we have right now, and when you think about it, is corruption. And you know, corruption comes in very many forms, PP. I think those are issues that we need to address because, for example, when you look at this budget that we were able to shoot down, I hope you realize that we didn't even solve the problem. That was just a problem that has been shelved. In fact, I was really celebrating that win until I heard Ruto speak and he spoke about borrowing the very same money. Now, for him to borrow that money, it means that nothing has been changed. It means that we've shelved that problem and we're going to be taxed double probably next time so as to be able to repay the debt. PP, what's the way forward? Because I'm really struggling with the Maandamano, because to me, and I know the gentleman, I don't want to speak like the gentleman who was here before. To me, my problem is that we've had these issues regime after regime. We had the same issues during Moi time, during Kibaki time, Uhuru's time. It just became worse with the, what we call this, devolution. You know, we just we had corruption was devolved. So we've had these issues regime after regime. My concern, PP, is if we push to change the regime, it means that we are just passing the problem to the next government. We are going to encounter the same problems in the next 10 years. I think it's very important for us to make some policy changes. For example, I'm going back to corruption. We know that we lose trillions of money. On paper, it looks, on face value rather, we look like we're doing a very good job transforming Kenya economically when it comes to road networks. We're using trillions of money in these projects, but we know at the same time these are inflated bills. We are being given inflated bills. We are losing money in these with these tenderpreneurs. So these are the major issues that we need to work on. For example, we need to look at the Procurement Act. We cannot have a wheelbarrow of 6,000 being sold to the government at 100,000. That kind of corruption for me is just unacceptable. That is where all our money is going to. That is why we have to keep paying more taxes. So, PP, my worry again is, what is the way forward? How are we planning to fix these issues on paper permanently? We're looking for long-term solutions, not short-term solutions. We don't want problems to be postponed. We want problems to be solved, you know? So even as I'm saying that, then my next question would be, how are we going to be able to make this change on paper, PP? I don't know whether the streets are good because we know we are giving the government pressure to make one or two changes, but are these changes permanent? And one of those changes being like when Ruto talks about the office of the First Lady will not be there tomorrow. But again, he says that, but it's been there even since before I got to power, meaning it looks like it's not a permanent solution. And he says that it won't be there from tomorrow because the money has already been allocated for that purpose. So what we're doing right now, you might be pushing him and he might make some promises that will look very good to people, but those are not permanent change. That is not a permanent change that we're making, PP. So again, how are we going to be able to push for permanent change, for long-term change? How are we going to make it a long-term solution when we are pushing for change? I think there'll be need to transform this from the streets to the table, to change policies, to change the constitution, things that will create permanent change, PP. My worry is that the streets might not be sustainable. They are very good for pushing for change, but you must look for permanent change, long-term solutions. So, PP, that's my concern, and I'm hoping that someone will somehow get into it and give us direction on how to push for that kind of change that will come on paper. Thank you so much, PP.
All right. Thank you, Mariam, for that. And I would like to say this. When it comes to change that comes on paper, I have noticed something about this whole thing yenye watu wataki kusema kwa hii space, but because it's my space, I will say it. Wakenya hatuaminiani. We do not trust each other. Achana hata politicians. Sisi kwa sisi, we do not trust each other. And I'm going to say this. If we really did trust ourselves as Gen Z, we would already have maybe sent people there to talk to us, to talk about us, uko ndani. Lakini shida ni moja. We know, you and I know, the first person that meets William Ruto will be bought. Hiyo ndo kitu tu inafanya watu agenda kwa meza. Si ni ukweli ama sisi ni watu wakubwa? Let's say it. We know that right now, if we send the next person to meet William Ruto, he will probably be given a mwirigi car, akaviate hapo hivi, na jamaa tutoke, tuko tu watu wazima please. Okay, sir. Watoto wadogo, tudanganyane. But the truth of the matter is, the reason why we don't have anybody on the table right now is we don't trust each other. Hatuaminiani. Afadhali hata ile Raila ilikuwa tunajua ni nani kiongozi, so anataka nini. Sasa hapa, we know what we want. We have issues on the table. We want corruption to end. We want IEBC reconstituted. But the people to voice that have been compromised. And that is why hata unaangalia sahi interns hawajandikwa kazi.
Sorry, I hate to do this. I totally disagree with you on that. I totally disagree with you on that because
on mistrust.
On the issue of going to the table, because you are not, what we are asking, I think we're not asking about Gen Z issues. We're talking about national issues, number one. Number two, there is nothing to tell Ruto by sitting on the table. He knows what is wrong. What we are asking, do the right thing. The sitting down is just a way of trying to pacify us so that he does not do the right thing, so that we say that we had a conversation and we did this. We don't need another conversation around the table. People, what is needed right now is Ruto to deal with what he knows is wrong. So I don't think the issue here is to sit down and talk. The issue here is, Ruto, you know there is corruption in your government. You know you have budgeted corruption. You know you don't live in Kenya. You know you don't. I mean, do we need to sit down to tell him that? I'm sorry I had to jump in, but I apologize.
But can I respond to that and then I drop PP? I know you have a long queue of people to speak. You know what, Jason? When you speak like that, it looks like you think that the president has executive powers in Kenya, which is false. He's guided by the constitution, he's guided by the law. So there's some changes that even if you wanted him to make, for example, when it comes to the salaries, MP salaries, when it comes to the Procurement Act, he cannot do anything about it. It doesn't matter whether you sit with him or not. It doesn't matter how much you pressure him. It doesn't matter whether you say Ruto has to go and he goes. Those things have to be changed on paper. And for them to be changed on paper, we must find the proper way of going about them. So if something needs to be changed in the constitution, then we need to find the right people to be on the table and to make those changes in the constitution. Eventually, if we rely on the president to make change, it's not going to happen, again, because he does not have the executive powers to make those kind of changes. He even told you in his last interview. And we had even Uhuru saying the same thing last time. Hata kama 2 billion inaibiwa daily, atafanya nini? Mwataka nifanye nini? because there's nothing. His hands are tied, really. So, guys, I think we need to be realistic when it comes to this. At some point, if you need real change, we must go to the table and make those changes. And when I say to the table, and Pipi, you're right, there's trust issues. We know that everyone has a price. That is 100% true. But what do we do about that? Because something has to be done, guys. So, Jason, yes, don't assume that the president has the capacity to make the changes that we want. Some things actually must be done in the proper way, unfortunately. So thank you. Thanks a lot, PP.
All right, that was Mariam. Let's have Clinton, then Ismail Luther, and Godfather and Hannah Ali in that order.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. PP.
Your mic, Clinton. Your mic.
Unanisikiza saa hizi?
No, it's in a rumble. Toa simu kwa charger. Okay. Talk to us. How many earphones? One of the two. Bluetooth earphones or charger?
Can you hear me now, Mr. PP?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, nakusikia, bro. Can you hear me, Clinton?
Hello, PP. Unanisikiza?
Yes. Nakusikia. Hebu mwambie namsikia ayo.
We, endelea kuongea, tunakusikia. Everyone is, watu wanakusikia, we endelea kuongea. Can you hear me?
Clinton
amedrop. So we go to the next.
Wacha to get Ismail and then Clinton will come
we
next.
have like 24 requests, PP, yeah? We have like 24 requests. So we give everyone 3 minutes each. They drop, they leave space for the next speaker as we go on.
Okay, noted. Wanyama, do the thing.
Okay. They always call on me when it's time to be strict. I don't know why. So we're going to do this. Before I give, let's do this 4 minutes at most, because of this request, so that we recycle. I want to say this. Now we've listened to what our elders have said, and it's rightfully so. We are going to give them benefit of doubt. Not even benefit of doubt. It's right for us to listen to them as well, because our idea is not to be rude and show that this is one thing that we are going to like do by ourselves. But fellow Kenyans, and especially you, the 5,400 listening to this space, who is in this space, and to everyone whom you'll tell this message after listening to all the speakers, and me as well, since I'm speaking before I start the roll on the speakers. I want us to remember what triggered this movement. Remember the day we did Occupy Parliament, and how once a genuine push to make Parliament a House of the People was quickly turned into death of our two brothers, that's Rex and Evans. More also, they lost lives, others injured, and we are still debating on what is right and wrong up to this point. You know, amidst the angst, the fear, the turmoil, and this conceived betrayal from those we once trusted, you know, it bothers a lot of us. Today, even the fabric of our society, and we're still arguing about it, the fabric of society is so torn that at CBD, if you go to CBD and it's not started today, our mothers are now washing our shoes to make it through the day. Those things are the ones that pushed us to even go to do what we have been doing ever since this started. Today, whether you are online or on the ground, parents have to bury their children. And I do think that every parent here does not wish that even on one of their out-of-wedlock children, whom they're hiding. You know, we've seen videos of people leading the blind through tear gas. Videos of journalists and doctors standing up against police when shooting live bullets. Videos of people asking others not to burn the tomb of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta at Parliament. And they listened. So you're speaking to individuals who are sane and can listen, contrary to what you're seeing being pushed on this TL. So let's not try speak as if we are the owners of opinion. We are an honest people. As much as we've labeled this a Gen Z movement, yes, it was kicked off by that, but everyone is involved in it. Everyone. And as you speak, as you push your motion, as you come here and try and push whatever you want to say, it's 5,400 people who are going to tell other people somewhere else what they have had in this space. My urge is, as you're doing what your bidding is, also ask your micro-influencers, your big influencers to do the right thing, because we said you, in your own nature, are a leader of your own. You think for yourself. So tafadhali, listen, get the message, embrace all diverse opinion, but choose what you're going to consume. So, dakika ni nne, as you come here, I'll be dropping off people. Pipi.
Let's start with Luther.
Luther.
Yeah. Then
How are you today,
Clinton.
Luther?
Hey, PP, I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, we do. We have to mute our mics.
Sawa. I just wanted to slip in after the lady Mariam, because from the inception, when I was hearing this space, it is the most calmest time in the sea. That's why I just wanted to come just immediately after her, before Jason came and Mawimbi kachafuka. So our point was which way Kenyan? On the right side, we have anarchy, and on the left side, we have dictatorship. Now, the question to this evening is, can we forge ahead, and which way can we forge ahead? The first suggestion will be, in case we don't trust each other, can we take the soldiers, the generals who have bullet wounds, to be our leaders? So if you have one bullet wound, you can't be our leader. You have two. You can't be our leader. You understand the message. Somebody has 6 bullet wounds and he has recovered. He can't be our leader. That will be one of the suggestions. Number 2, our worry is, at one point in the US, we had a protest known as Occupy Wall Street. It lasted for 4 months. After 4 months, no single Wall Street banker was jailed, but a lot of Protestants had been jailed. Number 3, sometimes as a general, when you are waging a war, and maybe you see this war has come to a gridlock, and there's a diplomacy, we may start to think of a diplomacy so that we can fight later. Why should we have a diplomatic wing? Even the ANC in South Africa had Umkhonto we had the paramilitary wing, but also had a diplomatic wing. So sometimes having a diplomatic wing doesn't mean that we are resigned. No, we're just having 2 wings. So can we put a space and say that Kimuzi can lead the space, Pipita can co-host the space, and Osama Oteru can also co-host a space? We can try that one. It doesn't mean whatever will come from the space, we are forced to take it. No, it is just that diplomatic win. Number 4, when the president come and say, reject the finance bill, and he said, it's okay, I've rejected it. Remove the office of the wives whom we did not elect. We don't know Dorcas, we don't know the first lady, we don't have any binding agreement with them as far as guiding this nation and leading this nation is. He says, I agree. He says, we are thinking about reducing your salary, and he says, we can think about it. Are these low-lying fruits which are kind of now we can start using them on the table as we add other things? For example, what can we add? We can add that we need compensation of the fallen comrades and the victims who have survived. And then you can add other requirements on your list. I loved Mariam because Mariam, she was wavering, but at the end of the day, she came out courageously and tried to move to the next space where she was saying of dialogue. And this is the thing which people are fearing. So this evening, I like to be on the minority, even though people like Comrade Johnson are very charged. I want to be on the minority and said yes to diplomacy, yes to the diplomatic wing, yes to the low-lying fruits. Let's try it. Yes to the space with the president. It doesn't mean they will force us. Can we have some leader? I'm proposing that a good force should have a leader. and those leaders should have their medals. They have already been given the medals by the aggressor. You have 1 bullet, we want you to be our leader. You have 6 bullets, we want you to be our general. So tonight, let's stop wavering and move beyond anger, beyond streets, and see the way forward. So in our corner, we propose, let's go for the negotiations. On the space, if you like so, you will guide us. Physically, you will guide us. Thank you. Back to you.
Oh yeah. Pipi, before you go, here's the thing, yeah. Na mimi sitaongea kizungu mingi, nasikia mnaongea kizungu mingi sana kwa hii space. Sisi ni wa Kenya, and Kenya is our business. So here's the thing. I'm talking as someone who, first of all, my name is Ayo. I'm a journalist, and I've been a journalist for the last 11 years, and I've been on the streets since these protests began. And I would love that before we even come and give our recommendations here, take a taste of whatever is on the street so you get to feel what people are feeling. Opposite theory, by the way. Opposite theory. I was on the streets today and I saw peaceful protesters. Peaceful. Underline the word peaceful. Holding white flags and Kenyan flags. Being splashed tear gas and rubber bullets at. Simbali, hapo tu Nation Center. We were with akina Larry Mado, with the CNN guys. Hadi watu walikuwa wanashanga, mbona watu wanatupatia gas na wase wako peaceful? And I want you guys to understand this. For every action, there's a reaction. If you throw tear gas on someone, they will definitely return stones. It is the only weapon they have. Tuache story mingi hapa na madiplomacy mingi hapa zi make sense. And I want you to go, all this peacefulness that you guys are talking about, I want you guys to go and talk to that woman who had their kids sprayed 7 bullets on the chest. I want you to go and talk to that doctor that just came to volunteer on the streets to help people and they were shot. I want you guys to go KNH and talk to those people who've been shot by those police. I even had an interview, I have videos. If you want, I can post them. I even interviewed a policeman. Wameva hizo vitu. And I just asked them, please let me in. What do you think about these protests? Are they valid? Why are you spraying tear gas on these people? Is it because you are reacting, or are you just throwing for the sake? Today we had government vehicles ziko na GK, lakini hizo namba zingine zimefichwa. Why do we have to hide the identity of Kenyan vehicles? We had policemen in they were not in uniform and they were shooting tear gas on people. They had guns. They were cocking guns. I want you to go and speak that diplomacy of yours, whoever is speaking diplomacy, to those people that were being shot at. I'm not just speaking from the comfort of my couch. I went there, Nika. I smell tear gas right now. So I'm not just speaking for the sake of speaking. Yeah. So before we speak, how do you negotiate with someone who was, let me ask you guys one thing. These people are under oath, right? These policemen are under oath, right? Aren't they? Wali sign oath, waka speak, I will serve my country. Who's part of the country? Their president, right? Do you think they will just shoot people with no order? Just go and shoot them? Because how do you shoot a peaceful protester? How do you spray tear gas on a peaceful protester? Hadi wanasema sisi tumekuja in peace na bado unalobi tear gas on them. So before we even just speak as you're minority or nini, at the end of the day we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business. Those families that were shot in Rongai, do you have them in mind before we speak of all these things? Come on, guys. What I want to say, yes, we are under constitution. All Kenyans should follow constitution. And a leader or not, we are under constitution as Kenyans. And we used to recite the whatever when we were in primary school. What did we call it after singing the national anthem? There was this thing that scouts recite.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of. If you are a leader and you are here to serve us. You are not here to serve you. You need to understand that you are a leader to serve your people. But in Kenya, since corruption has taken place, now we even lost touch of what the constitution talks about. Now we think we need to praise politicians. Do you know mbona wako na kiburi? Because they know that they have power and power surrounds them and we can't do them shit. Come on guys, let's wake up. Tusiongea hapa to just for the sake. Think of those people who've lost their lives. Sorry, I've talked for too long, but it is what it is. Go, talk for those people who have lost their lives. People who just mtu alitoka tu anaenda tao to speak for their country and they were shot. They are lying in the morgue. And trust me, no money, no amount of money can never replace your life. Let's understand that. Hata kama iliko upewe do, no amount of money will ever comfort your mother if your life is lost. No amount of money will ever comfort you if your mother is shot. So think about that and let that go straight into your head, by the way. All of us here, all the 5,000 people, we need to understand that.
Right of reply. Bwana Ayo, sisi tunakubali na si kwamba ni Kiingereza mingi. Labda turudi katika lugha yetu ya Wanakenya, labda tutaelewana kidogo. Wewe kama mwanahabari na mimi, tukichagua mambo ya majadiliano, si kwamba sisi ni waoga, hapana. Ni kwamba tunaona madhara ya vifo kila siku. Utakumbuka kwamba kuna njia mbili. Marekani tulikuwa na Martin Luther King ambaye alikuwa anaingia katika mambo ya diplomasia, na lakini pia vile vile tulikuwa na Malcolm X.
Bro, wachana na Amerika, tuko Kenya. Wachana na Amerika. We are Kenyans and Kenyans is our business. Achana na Amerika bro. Hii ni Kenya mzae.
Guys.
Achana na story ya Mero. Hii ni Kenya.
Ayo and Ismail.
This is the home run with PP.
Ningependa kuomba mandugu na madada mkunywe panado, muongeze na maji kidogo, alafu tuendeleze space.
So, I'm actually at the place where Ismail kidogo too. I'm going to give you the right of reply. So, tufike hivi, we are in these spaces, and by the way, it's a constructive space. Again, take it as teething stages of it's just like any other relationship. The good thing with us is we will, by the time we are done with this thing, by the time we are finding solutions, we will have learned how to live with each other. So, ni vizuri tumesikia from Mayo. Right of reply in a minute, Ismail, and then we'll proceed to other speakers.
Sisi tukichagua diplomasia na majadiliano, si kwamba sisi ni waoga, hapana. Tunaweza pigana, tukachakarazana, lakini kwa sababu ya maafa yametokea na tunataka tupunguze idadi ya maafa yatakayotokea katika shinikizo hili, ndio maana tunachagua njia ya diplomasia. Diplomasia si kwamba sisi ni waoga, hapana. Diplomasia ni kwamba tunaelewa Ruto ni nani. Je, Ruto ni mmoja katika Kenya? Hapana. Tuko na Ruto 1,000 katika Kenya. Ukitoa Ruto leo, kuna Wakenya 1,000 wataingia katika nafasi yake na watakuwa kama Ruto. Sasa ndio kitu ambayo Mariam alisema, tubadilishe miundo msingi yetu, tubadilishe sheria yetu, sheria ambazo hazitaweza kandamiza watu wenye wanaokuja. Lakini la mwisho nikitoka katika nafasi ni kwamba katika hii sehemu ambayo tumefika, tunataka utulivu kidogo, hatutaki hasira mingi. Hasira saa zingine inasababisha hasara. Tunajua kwamba watoto wamekufa, tunajua bibi zetu wamekufa, vijana wetu wamekufa, ndugu zetu wamekufa. Hilo tunalielewa. Kwamba tumefika hapa, si kwamba vitu viko vizuri, hapana. Ni kwamba nchi inakaribia kuungua, nchi inakaribia kuzama. Sasa Bwana Ayo, ningeomba kama co-host, jaribu kukuwa mtulivu, jaribu kuvumilia maoni yetu, ambao ni maoni ambayo hautapenda, lakini ndio venye iko. Uko katika sehemu kubwa kama co-host, na jaribu kuwe na kifua kipana ambayo itachukua maoni ya kila mtu. Ningependa kushuka kutoka katika nafasi, lakini roho yangu na maombi yangu yako na nyinyi pamoja, na tunamwomba Karima ama Jalia atusaidie sisi kama wana Kenya wapenda amani. Inajulikana kwamba tukianza vita tena sisi ni wabaya. Isikuwe kwamba kupenda amani kwetu ni kwamba sisi ni wadhaifu. Isilete hivyo abadan katan. Namalizia na huku nikiwaweseka kama mwendo wazimu wako Ismail.
Ishmael, listen. Wait, Wanyama, allow me, Pipi, just a moment. Allow me to kindly, please, under your guidance.
Ayo hatuwezi piga back and forth. Hatupigi back and forth.
No, it's not a back and forth. It's not a back and forth.
Tuende kwa Clinton. Yeah. We have Clinton, Godfather, Victor QB, Hana wajaongea. Let's have them speak. Yeah. Tuache kwa sababu nimeona hapa hivi mtakuwa na back and forth. I know Ismail. Clinton.
Thank you, Mr. Pipi, and good evening, everyone.
Clinton, before you continue, dakika ni 3. I'm going to be strict on that. Dakika ni 3.
It's okay. It's okay. I only need like 2.5 minutes, actually, not even 3. And number one, I'm saying and I'm still insisting, Ruto must go. That is the slogan that we are preaching. We don't know what it will take to bring that guy down, even if it means we're going to sit on the street the whole day, the whole month, the whole year. We don't want that guy sitting on that chair anymore. And I have 5 reasons for that, but I'll give you 2 of the most special ones. You can't keep on taxing people. You keep on taxing people, but we don't have any development in the ground. How do you expect this money that you're taxing people to go back to the people? Number 2, right now, Tumona, there's a change in tune by the way these guys are tweeting. Those guys who were abducted last week, ukisoma tweets zao vizuri na ukwe very careful. Most of them are lying on the fact that, we back down, the demonstrations have been hijacked by people who are bad ill. That thing happens everywhere. You can't expect to have a peaceful demonstration where people just sit and do their thing, then they go back. People will always take advantage because they will have opportunistic anywhere. If we stop right now because of the killing and everything, we will not have another chance to do this thing right. Because after this Gen Z Maandamano is done, we are going back to the default tribal setting of the way we are used to. Few 3 or 2 months to the next general election, people will start regrouping with their tribal cocoons. The only chance we have right now ni saa hizi, because saa hizi tunapigana tukiwa ukienda kwa street utasikia ati Mjaka amepigwa, Mluya ama Mkikuyu ama ni nini. Hawa wase wanaandamana as Kenyans. So mimi nasikia people are saying here, we put a round table, we go talk to the president and do such kind of things. People will be bought. The same way PP has said, we are leaderless, we are tribeless, we are partyless. Hii mambo ya kusema ati people have died a lot, so let's now form a cocoon of people and take them to the state house so that we talk on how to. You are taking people there to get paid, and once they are paid, they'll be given an ultimatum. Since nyinyi mmetoka kwa hii story, now let us the government deal with anybody who is going to protest. Angalia mood ya Twitter saa hizi. People have divided. Kuna wase wameanza kupiga makelele hapa. Let's retreat, tukae chini kwanza tunyamazane. Kama Mr. Ishmael sasa anasema ati we form a committee, we sit on the table. Those things will not help. The only thing that's going to help is force. Diplomacy isha fail, bro. Na venye mtu alisema hapa before, Ruto anapenda kurevenge. Ile aibu mmeshow jamaa for the past 2 weeks will not go unpunished. Na the moment he will regain his democratic rights za kudeal na nyinyi, we will not nini. Hatutapenda. So mimi nasema na mimi na repeat, hii momentum iko sawa. There is no backing down. Hakuna kuform mambo ya committee. We are going even Thursday to barabara. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Clinton, for that. Follow the time, 3 minutes so that we can have more speakers speaking. Watu wanasema nimelipwa, guys. We have the same 24 hours. The Godfather, I see you here. I'll let the Godfather speak. We have Victor and Hannah, then we can go to Nadia. Kumekuwa na line hapa. So yeah, the Godfather.
Watu wakishaongea wa drop. Tunataka ku accept wengine. Watu wakishaongea wa drop. Me, I don't want to drop anyone. Just drop yourself. I want to accept other speakers.
Sir, Godfather, mambo vipi?
Yes, sir. Hapo sana. Namna gani? Umepona mguu? Naona kama tunazidi kuganyika kama the team, the Gen Z, the millennials, etc. zote ziko hapo na zinaendelea. What happens is, what do we do? And I think we had very wise counsel from our people, from Kivuta Kibwana, professor, and also from Ruben. Since they've been in the trenches for the longest, we could borrow a leaf from maybe many lists, we are not going to succeed. And if we don't do it now, if, for instance, it doesn't, for others to try, etc. So so the only list is Ruto must go. How does he go? That's what we have. The Nairobi Expressway for 40 days or 40 months, whatever number of days that may make sense till the government goes home, so be it. I want to restrict myself to the list alone while I hear other aspects of the protest and other dynamics that have come in. Of course, there is no protest that is perfect. We expect it to have problems, and that does not mean that it is not working. There must be some few problems. We are going to disagree. Maybe with Ishmael Luther, because Ishmael Luther says however, no retreat, no surrender. Let's figure out if the if the Occupy movement is the way to go. Let's figure out when and where. And I think, as Ruben suggested, some of these things we might need to do such that there's element of
Yeah, as just told me, investigation boards are listening in. Thank you so much for giving me the time, and also all the disciplined forces who are listening in. Asanteni sana na tunawaomba kwamba msituue. Hiyo tu ndo kitu tunaongea.
I'm right. And trying to reclaim their voices because they know that the last 2 weeks we've made them irrelevant. Yeah. And we know the political language in Kenya has always been violence. No matter how far back you go, it has always been violence. If they don't agree with something or if they want to disrupt something, it's violence. That is even why you We also heard of the things that happened in Eldoret. People were paid and so on and so forth. So no, nothing is going to change. Kibaki tried it. He came in and he pacified us with a few things like making the Thick Expressway, giving us free education, free primary education, and so on. But what you saw is the people around him never even wanted us to have a new constitution. Remember, we had the orange banana thing that failed in 2005, and that led us to 2007 before we actually got a new constitution. So this brings me to our problem. Kenya, in my opinion, and this is a very subjective opinion, we have two problems. Number one, we have very low levels of democratic vigilance. We are a country where we as the people, we see the evil, we hear the evil, but we don't do anything about it. And just look at what was happening to Alfred Keter the other day. He's being arrested, and there are people, he's being abducted, not arrested, that's not an arrest, he's being abducted. And you can see there are like 3-4 border guys there with passengers, and they're just looking. They're just looking. Here is a country where you see even bad things happening, and what do? We are all recording. I'm not saying that it's bad, but all of us are recording. We are recording, but we are not responding to the situation. So our democratic vigilance is very, very, very poor. And that is where these politicians exploit us. So you also hear of this common statement, oh, politics is not my business. Mimi sishughuliki na siasa, siasa inisaidii, siasa inilishi. And that's where we are. So what you are seeing happening right now is us trying to get active in the political space. But again, we are not patient. We want to say Ruto must go, and I'm for that, Ruto must go. And for me, Ruto doesn't represent the presidency or the president himself. For me, Ruto represents that feudal system that has been in existence since 1963. Yeah, if it was not Ruto, if it was Uhuru, or if it was even Raila, even if it is Kivuta Kibwana here who once tried to vie for presidency, he will still face the same problem because the state is built on a feudal model that was not meant to serve the common mwananchi. Yes, so just 2 minutes, 1 minute, 1 minute. So the second thing is, we as citizens, we have never spoken collectively about the Kenya we want. We all just throw ideas around. Oh, I want a corrupt-free Kenya. Oh, I want this, I want that. But as Kenyans, we've never really sat down and spoken about the ideas that we want. Our ideas are scattered all over. So what we need as this young movement that started, I think we need to employ other strategies. Yes, going to the streets is important. But even say we win today, then what? Then what happens? If that structure still exists, whoever sits there is still going to use the same tools, because power corrupts, and power corrupts absolutely. So we need a new social contract as Kenyans. We need a new social contract as Kenyans of a state that we reimagine that is going to work for everyone, whether you are rich or poor, whether you are Kikuyu or Luo, whether you are Mkamba or Masai. That is what we need. And unless we sit down as young people, the Gen Z and the Gen Ys, and discuss about the collective Kenya that we want, hata tuweke malaika hapo mbele, shida itakuwa ni ile ile. So even as we vent right now, let us think about just what I've said. Asante. Hiyo time inaenda haraka sana.
Asante sana Victor. Msichukie timekeeper, chukieni anger that we have. Dakika ni 3 for everyone, and we said only Gen X wazazi wetu ndo wanapata an extra minute. So tuendelee hivyo dakika 3. I will be muting now from now onwards, because we have more than 100 requests on the line. Asanteni sana. Pipi, who was next?
It was Hannah, then Nadia. Hannah, Abdurrahman, then Nadia.
Nadia, hold your
mic, and then let's kidogo tu Hannah. Nadia, we will have your time, and trust me, no one will interrupt you when you're doing it. Hannah, karibu sana.
Mimi si Gen Z wala sio X wala sio nini, mimi ni shosho. Sasa ukikat
Go ahead.
anyways, I'm just kidding with you. To be honest, sikuwa naweza kumsikia Victor kabisa, but I was listening to the rest of the speakers while I was down and up here. There's something very interesting, Pepita and Wanyama, and Ayo, and everybody in the space. There's a good doctor here in the space. And dead lies have short legs. They can't transfer before the truth catches up. A leader who lies to his people is a captain sinking his own ship. I think that is a spot-on quote. Say what you think, but come here and especially if you're not a Gen Z. And that way, like in this story of coming, giving them direction, we should do this, you should do that. No. If they are, we can give our opinion, but it's actually frustrating to hear some older people telling them what to do. No, these kids know what to do. And the shoe wear today, somebody was taken to the police station in one of the towns in Kenya, Isiolo. If anybody knows that where Isiolo is. Gen Z's live, telling each other, no, don't do that. The first day when they went into, when they broke into KICC, they were telling each other, no, don't do that. Don't destroy this. Don't do that. So yes, these goons have been hired to infiltrate and to cause division among these young people. Well, go water, be your brother's keeper, etc. If you can send somebody transport, send it. For me, I would tell you, it's been there's no tear gas. There is nothing here in London. We went to protest. I posted it, but I cannot imagine doing that. Seeing the police there for me was enough. I can never put myself in their shoes, let alone come here and give them directions. And I don't think anybody should do that, to be honest. These kids are angry and they have every right to be angry. That kid covered that press. He spoke about everything that Ruto did not speak about. Everything. He covered every aspect of it. From when you're Meuliwa, from what, it's on my time. You shouldn't do that. No, that's nonsense. You guys are doing a great job. I wish I did that at my age. I applaud you. And we're there to help you. And guys,
Let's just flow. Nadia, go ahead.
Yes.
3 minutes.
Okay. Who is Victor? Victor, I want to speak to Victor. Victor may raise a question about the system, and he's talking about the system which has been there since 1962 or 63. I don't know when. On the on TV, and anaambiwa mtoto ameuliwa pale with wounds of 8 gunshot about the system. So now, what do we do, Victor? What do we do? What do you want us to do? Huh? Remove, first of all, the person who is already, because this, I agree with you that there is a system which has been there all these years, and it means it's like a relay or a baton. People have their own vision. We all know what we want. We don't want to continue operating from the shadows of our ancestors. We know that they failed us. They have failed us. Nothing is working. And so when we say the president as an individual, he has no problem. So now Victor is trying to tell us, tuende tuambie Ruto, you see Ruto, help us to fix this system. The system that is feeding him. The system that is benefiting him, that you see, I heard others, talking about corruption, and there is was it Miriam, with due respect, and she was saying, there is a system of, we saw Uhuru, kama umesikiza Dr. Miguna, he says he reached William Ruto, I think 4 times, and he told him they know the money which have been looted out of Kenya outside the nation, and they know where they are, and they gave him the procedure to bring back the money, and it's easier, and it's just one step away. But Ruto was meandering, and akafika mali akasema mwandikie barua, and that guy went silent to date. So it means how do they know what they are doing? Now it is just one group of people ambao tumeishi nao wakitongoza Kenya hii, they know each other, they're not new to each other, and it's just a recycle thing. Just give me one more minute, and it's just a group of people who know what they're doing. So ukiondoa huyu, they make sure another one comes in, and it's the same people. And we're talking about the system. It means that we start with the one who is currently on that seat, and then we go ahead to uproot now the system after. Today, I know we have the officers listening to me here, but I mean, no harm to anyone. But if at all, for example, Ruto is out of power today, then it means Kenyans will come together, put heads together, and decide now what way from here we have now to deal with the system itself. Yeah. So why are you telling us that it's the system and not the president? Oh, corruption, it has a way to go about it. What does it take for... We have the investigative policies in Kenya. We have the system. The system is failing. They're just... they have refused to do anything. Simply, they have just refused to do anything. And we're sitting there
Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Pipi. Good evening, everyone. I'm reporting from Mombasa. We usually support him to ensure that the studio is active and for us to be able to have these shows. So the new people here, kindly, there's a picture up there. You can tip him so that he continue doing the good work that he's doing to serve the country. So I'm asking that you reset my time, PP, because I was running an advert kindly, so that I start now.
Okay, timekeeper.
Thank you so much. So I will stop at 7:21.
Abdulrahman, please just go ahead.
Omera, you have 2 minutes. Omera, you have 2 minutes.
No,
Make it quick.
I'll give him 3. It's fine. Answer. Please go ahead. We have a lot. We have a very long queue. So please utilize your 3 very well.
Thank you. So when you go to war, you check at what you lost and what you won, or what you won. I want us to on our right to check on what we've won, and on our left what we've lost. In this war, the first win has been the fall of an oppressive finance bill. Number 2, there's been the churches, the banning of use of pulpits by politicians to desecrate our places of worship. Number 3, the spouses of the president, the first lady, the second lady, and also the wife of the president, the prime cabinet secretary, Madam Tessie, has been abolished. That's a big win for us. Number 3, that display of arrogance that we were seeing and some flashy lifestyle is now gone to dead. And there is something what you can call public responsiveness to the public, or some display of sensitivity, which is a huge win. Also, for me, what I consider a big win, a very huge win, is that the president has publicly agreed and admitted that there's something fundamentally wrong when something like Sudi, who has discovered nothing, surpasses the likes of manufacturers like Vimal Shah and Manu Chandarias, when they display some opulence and they do all that. Also, that public admission, and also going to extent of saying also his communication team has failed, is a huge win, showing that our issues are genuine. So what have we lost in the process? 1, we've lost the blood, too much of it. We've lost lives. 39 as at this morning, they were official. We are yet to get some update. We lost time, parliamentary and both also our productive time. Resources, the time of bills that we are paying in terms of the mchanga, the houses burned, the buildings, and the vehicles that have been tossed. We've lost energy and our economy is at standstill. So what is the way forward? The issues that we have and how we can approach them is up to the members. I don't want to describe. I don't want to prescribe. I want to describe. I want to prescribe for anyone. Taxation, IBC reconstitution, public debt, that is auditing and profiling, so that we know what was the real debt that we took and what the amount that we are supposed to pay, because there is a say that the amount of it was stashed abroad. Unemployment of youth, a number of us are unemployed. Corruption, stroke ethics or morals, so that we also show patriotism and loyalty to our country. We want to create a system based on meritocracy, so that people win based on their hard work and their brains and their skills and their investment in themselves. So that is what we want to restore. Land as a factor of production, obviously, for agricultural and industrial, so that those people that are abroad can be brought back home. So my question is, and my prayer is, we do not give up on fighting until these issues that we've not won, we can restore them. Thank you so much.
All right. Next. The next person, let's have Dr. James Albert Marvin in that order. Yeah.
Pipi. Here's the thing, yeah? Here's the thing. Despite them lifting up their hands, there's people came in here earlier, and kuna wengine wamekuwa wakingoja. Like Albert came in before Dr. James, and Marvin and KUT. I wish they would just follow the queue. Then people, we drop them, we bring in new speakers as we go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So according to my memory, I think KOT should go first, followed by Marvin, then Albert, then Mweni, Jojo, then Sylvia, then Dr. James, then Dr. Sketch. and then we rotate the speakers in that order. So 3 minutes each. We start with the first one and we go on.
Okay, hi guys. Is Kioti hapa speaking, and my official name is Marvin Mabonga. So Marvin, my namesake. Welcome on this space. So guys, me personally, I'm always furious every now and then, and I've been always on the street. Leo nimekuwa streets. Na the photo that is, I mean the video that is trending, yenye tulishika mwizi pale nini Moi Avenue, just next to opposite Quickmart uko juu, ni mimi nilichukua. So these guys, I wonder kama kunaweza kuwa tu na coincidence that all CBDs in Nairobi, Mombasa and other counties and nini, like kunakuwa na wezi. I wonder how, because when I moved all the way from Moi Avenue, nikienda Ronald Ngala, I was taking a live video nini on X hapa. Nilifika huko Ronald Ngala, there were so many goons all over. These guys were being wamebeba chuma, alafu on their back wako na backpack. So they were targeting kuingia kwa hizi shops za nini, shops za simu, wazivunje then wazieke hapo. So you wonder, how can it be a coincidence that every town in Kenya is being robbed? In Mombasa nimetumiwa videos. I've updated a lot of videos on my timeline zenye watu wamekuwa wanaibiana. Guns wengine wanadunga wengine visu, wengine wana nini. Haya, in Nairobi I have another video where almost 10 people wako na nduthi, alafu wamebeba watu wawili, which amounts to at least 30 people. Wanasimamisha nduthi, wanaenda kwa mama, wanamnyang'anya simu. Alafu you tell us that Gen Zs ndio wanafanya hivi. My friends, sisi we are very peaceful. And if tungejua kama sisi Gen Zs we are going on the streets to steal from people, then we couldn't even carrying our phones, because our phones could have been at risk. So these games the government is playing, we are familiar with them. In each and every maandamano yemekuwa, after everything has been peaceful, within no time the goonism now inaingia. The last time kulikuwa na maandamano ya Azimio, expressway was attacked huko mbele, wakavunja. Then wanakuja kutuambia they need at least 700 million to repair that place. So saizi I don't know the quoting yenye wanaenda kutuambia ni pesa ngapi wanataka ku repair the places zenye wenyewe wametuma goons kuja kuattack huku. Kama kuna any person in government hapa nataka ajue, sisi from where we stand, me personally, I don't have any job. So the only job I have now is to go to the street to fight for my rights. Tutenda huko every now and then. In fact, on Thursday, we are still going there. Na tumesema any person tutaona anakuja, itabidi to suspend the peaceful demonstration. We now deal with the goons. Because every now and then they are being played. They think you are our parents. No. We've gone to school. We've learned. Na tunajua psychology. We know so my videos nimeupdate hapo nikioti. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to drop some people as well. Before we bring in the next speaker, I want to also say this. No. Oje, as we have these discussions on which way forward, when you see bullshit, sorry to use French, call it for what it is. Nani alikuwa next?
Marvin, I think. Was it Marvin? Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, fellow criminals. First of all, yeah.
Jambo Jangili.
I'll use like 15 seconds. Yeah, nakuona gaidi. I'll use 15 seconds of my time to ask for a moment of silence for the fallen soldiers and those who have been injured during this good cause of noble and peaceful protest. Awesome. Mine is just an analysis, and I'll begin with a video that was shot by peculiar and interesting citizens. You know, now everyone in Kenya right now is involved in politics, which is a beautiful thing to know that all the decisions that affect our life are anchored on politics. Yeah, maybe to quote another fallen dictator, siasa mbaya na maisha mbaya. So fast forward, this morning from City Hall, watu walionekana wakitoka huko, ni civilian wakiwa wamebeba marungu, nini, and there was so much concerns of what's happening. Then later on tunaona people are looting in the CBD and everything. So then we ask ourselves, is it by coincidence? And truth be told, there is never coincidence in politics. So these are intentional actions meant to discredit the peaceful protest by making the protests look like they are looters and thieves and goons. But well, wajinga waliisha Kenya. So maybe we can borrow from what happened time Sonko alipoteza kiti yake ya ugavana. Alifungwa roho akatuambia, bro, sisi tulikuwa tunatumwa tunaenda Ngong Road, tunachukua gari 2-3 tunachoma, ndo ODM ionekane ni kama ndo inachoma. Same fucking script. Copy and paste. So, well, in my view, now all these things are happening. We have seen people are speaking in one voice under the denominator of two things: the truth, suffering, and anger. Like, Kenyans are very tired. We are all tired about what is happening about the country. So we don't need to look at people who are even sponsoring this protest. These protests are sponsored by the government, misuse of fund, which in direct term is corruption, impunity, disregard of court orders, and so on and so forth. So in my view, two things. One, we should not even entertain dialogue. The leaders know what to do. We keep talking, it's going to melt the spirit and the effort of this protest. Wanajua, interview yenye ilikuwa ya round table was an honest conversation. Yani unaona someone being cornered. Ameulizwa all the tough questions we should have wanted to ask him if that had happened before that round table. So mi sioni hata haja ya discussion. Is that now mazeku kwa street, in my view, mi naona possibly we might be considering taking a break from the streets. Juu watu wako hired hapa nje, the people who are looting and stealing from fellow protesters, au ni goons au ni hired. Mi nimekuwa kwa maandamano at the center pale. Yeah, let me conclude. Nilikuwa time yangu ya maandamano pale center. And I can tell you hakuna mtu hata angeiba simu ama aguze shop ya mtu. Juu wananchi walikuwa ready kumsalimia. So honestly speaking, I think we are doing the right thing. This is the time, and everyone, we are taking part in a historical movement. Cheers, magaidi wenzangu.
Asante sana. Ayo, next.
Nilikuwa nishawapanga. See, I thought nini namba zao.
Dr. James, I think it was Dr. James, go ahead.
It's actually
nilikuwa naenda after Sylvia. So Sylvia kama
after Sylvia. Dr. Sketch.
Na mmeacha Albert kwa line bwana.
How are you doing today?
Albert actually will come earlier. Sorry. Albert came in earlier.
Exactly.
So let's go with Albert, then Jojo. Sorry about that.
Easy, no problem, man. The conversation is quite tough. Kwanza,
salams, ni at least their familiar faces hapa. It's been a peaceful protest for some time, definitely. Most of you up here already know my stand on a number of issues concerning them. But of course, the concerns of violent protest for me also become substantial. And I would want to refer us to the encyclopedia, which is just a basic tool. According to the Britannica, anarchy is a state without government or law, where there is an absence of any governing authority, leading to a condition of chaos and disorder. It can also refer to a political ideology that advocates for self-managed, stateless society based on voluntary cooperation. So, according to that definition, we know clearly that the Gen Z's movement has been leaderless. But then you have to also think that within the leaderless movement, some of these aspects will start showing up, because we are now saying we are not recognizing the government as it is. So the government will also be in a state of confusion. At the same time, we have different people starting to rise up also within the government or within the country. One time I watched on news that the business community in Nairobi is coming to defend its own business. So that's one state of a group which is saying we're going to defend ourselves. Another, the looters are also organizing themselves, or the political goons are also organizing themselves. The peaceful protests are also stepping on the field to be peaceful and protest the key issues they want. So I would want to actually call everyone and ask. Mariam spoke of something, I think Victor alluded to it, and I also put it into my tweets a number of times. The moment we finished the first round of seeking the bill to be dropped, and the bill was dropped, it was high time we start seeking ways of engaging to find solutions using the constitutional way, because we are a country, we are led by the constitution. If you agree that then there is no constitution and you want to push out the government through conflicts or through war, then the constitution will be suspended. The only way we can push out the government is through the constitution. And if the constitution is fraud and we are not believing in it because it has brought to us corrupt leaders over and over, it means we have to sit back and call out this constitution, amend it, or make sure that it's actually followed to the letter. Otherwise, we will be plunged into a situation where we stay leaderless, we fight a government which also does not now know how to handle us, because it also becomes confusing itself and also starts acting as you've seen, and government has always monopoly of power. I am sure that of course power remains with the people. These are the slogans that every politician is coming to use on the Twitter spaces. But be wary that we are not fighting or settling political scores by people who actually were in this government and actually were not able to maybe stay in the government. Miguna was campaigning for this government. I don't really find him really credible to stand up and still call us to go. What you want to achieve out of this protest, and ask yourself,
next.
How y'all doing today?
We are good.
Kali, I'm a comedian. And I live in Los Angeles, California, a place called Hollywood. But with that said, I'm not a foreigner, and that's an issue. I hear they are trying to blur this thing as a foreign infiltration, especially when you talk about Miguna. First of all, I want to start saying thank you to all of you. This is great. This has never happened. It can be related to the struggles that happened in America. For saying fuck English, I can see the colonization in your fucking mind. That thing has gone so far, but it's my art. I'm a comedian, but I left Kenya when I was youth. I basically came and joined my Black American. The problem is the parents and these older people, they don't respect the young people. And I want to tell you this. One of the leading causes of death in America, in the streets of America, is 3 letters. D-I-S, disrespect. You have disrespected these kids so much. I got dreadlocks. I was living at Kandani. I'm a nigga from Githurai. I see what they did in Githurai, but they try to hide this shit. It's a class struggle. We have to go all the way back to the contract that was signed during the independence. All we are doing now, I love this, but they have almost nationalized. If you go to the social services, they have nationalized almost like that languages, Chinese, Thai, whatever. They give respect to these cultural languages. But you want me to take away basically, this movement is bigger than Ruto. It's bigger than Gachagua. It's bigger than each and every one of us. We've been called out by our kids that we're tripping. That we got something is fucked up here. You know, they call me George Shokali, King of Zamuda. I love you all. What you're doing here is historical. I want to tell you, you need to feel proud of your movement. Bwana Ruto, this is not about you. This is bigger than you. My people, my people. My people, my people, my people. That's what they call him. Go to the streets. They call him George Shokali, the King of Zamuda. We keep this movement strong, and nobody is going to stop us. I love you all.
At least we've been able to laugh. Asante sana Jojo. Asante sana. I think Sylvia was next. Sylvia, go ahead. Dakika tatu.
Mweni was before me, but if she allows me, I'll go. So,
Okay.
Number one, I want to thank the Gen Z because as a millennial, they have really fought for us. We have really borne the struggle, and my friends in the millennial group, they are really supportive of this. However, I like to, and of course, when I look at the topic of today, which those forehand, but the thing is, yeah, at this time, yeah, when all this is happening and people are in the streets who are suffering, it's us. We're not going to work. We're not opening our businesses. Our kids are not going to school. There are people who, if they don't open their businesses today, they will sleep hungry. Now, what is the current action point? Yeah, how do we protect the people who are vulnerable? How do we ensure that there is no looting that is going on? Yeah, what do we do so that at least the things that have been happening, like the corruption, yeah, how do we stop it from happening anymore? How do we make the people, like the parliament, I think that I know that this is a movement and nobody is leading it, but as much as you say you're going to occupy status, then what? We don't even have IBC in place, yeah. So there's nothing can happen, yeah. I mean, this is a constitutional country, and again, let us not take for granted the peace that we have had, yeah, and let us not think that it would be the right thing to plunge into civil war, because it is not the political class that will suffer. It is me and you, yeah. And anybody here who has a business already can tell that their business is suffering. So I think there needs to be time to regroup and get a clear action point. What is it exactly that you're chasing in this next phase of these demonstrations? Yeah, and how are you going to protect the people who need to open their jobs on a daily basis for their kids to feed? Because it will not work, and it will not matter if today there are so many demonstrations are going on and kids are going home hungry. Yeah. So how do we put these people into perspective? How do we ensure that right now there's an action list for the political class? For example, I saw Ahmed posting the other day that Martha Koome bought a car worth $500,000. Just 30 seconds more. How do we stop that? Yeah, because we don't want to plunge into noise. Yeah, it cannot become noise. It needs to become something that is actionable and that is doable. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak.
Asante sana Sylvia. Mweni, can you hear?
Oh.
It's Mweni. Yeah. Karibu sana. Dakika tatu.
Asante sana host. Thank you for having me. First, I want to condole with the family and friends of our fallen heroes. And my heart goes out to the injured. Poleni sana. Maybe I'm a Gen X, I'm not a Gen Z really. So I'll just first, I want to commend you on the work you're doing. We were not able to do it in our generation's time, but you are doing it and we are very proud. Mine is just to encourage you and just to air my opinion, because there is someone who said that we don't have to give you instruction or anything, and I'm not trying to do that. I'm just airing my opinion. So I'm thinking yes, you have Maandamano and all this, and yes, Ruto must go, but what next? And I've read about which way Kenya. So it's like ni vizuri sana, like tunasema Ruto must go. Yes, we all agree he must go, but what next? There are people who are saying that you have to have a dialogue, but dialogue, I don't think we are ready for the dialogue yet. We are not ready for dialogue. What you need is you need to change strategy.
So asante sana Mweni. That's a key question. Dr. James?
Asante sana Wanyama, nashukuru sana Ayo pia na Pipita kama kawaida, asante sana. Ningependa kuanza pia kama wengine ambao wameongea kwamba tuanze kusema kwamba wale ambao walipoteza maisha yao tunawaombea walale mahali pema peponi, na for the people who have been hurt pia tunasema kwamba muende kuugua pole, muendelee kuugua pole. You Kenyans have done what the president and the people in government have not been able to do they've had ama hata maumivu ambayo watu ambao wamepigwa risasi are facing. So I want to thank you all who are in the space and otherwise. And then number two, I want to also acknowledge the anger that people have, right? That following the third state address by the president, the interview, you should be very, very mad. Because Babu topic hapo huyu kusema Dr. James nimesema nini na what I said. Number one, I think that in terms of sustainability, we have to harness this energy ambayo tuko nayo sasa hivi tuendelee sana kuangalia 2027. Now, again, if it's going to be ousted right now, that's okay. In fact, that's the immediate effect. But also remember, as people to register to vote, we have to keep the fire burning. And really, where I want us to emphasize really is how then can we identify the good leaders, okay? How can we identify the people who like to actually represent the Kenyans and the cries and the plights of the Kenyans, right? Maybe one way is to co-create manifestos with these good leaders. Kama kina Kigame ambao walikuwa hapa na Kivutha pia alikuwa hapa hivi. So how can we bring such people who we think or we assume are good leaders and co-create manifestos with them that will actually acknowledge the biggest population in Kenya, which is the youth. How do we then vote corrupt leaders out? Tutumie kura yetu kuwatoa nje. Okay? Do not ignore the red flags. Tulijua Ruto ni mtu mwenye ametoa hata na the biggest international crime organization hapo hivi duniani. Lakini tuli-ignore tu, watu wengine wakampigia kura. So we must refrain from that. And I want us to really target and recruit people who are still in school. That is high schoolers, watu wako form 2, form 3, form 4, na wazazi wetu. This is the time when we actually have the ears of the wazazi. Kwa sababu hao wanaona vile tumefinyiwa, right? So this is the time that we can actually recruit them. Waache hiyo ujinga yao, mtoto wetu, mtoto ya kabila yetu, mimi kama ni Mkikuyu napiga tu Mkikuyu. No. This is the time that they actually have, they're seeing it, finally. My point number 2, focus and pay attention to how the new IEBC will be constituted. This means that we have to really participate. Even if we don't participate during this time, lazima to participate the same way when the new one will be constituted. That means that the bias that they normally put within the positions has to be called out. Has to be called out. This is just my mind's running right now. And this is how we have to do it. So basically, you have to remember that Raila was fighting against corrupt election systems. That is what we have to focus on in terms of number 2. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana, Dr. James, na very key points there, by the way. On civic education, mimi nilijiambia hapo hivyo, we will dive deep and we are organizing something with experts. So it is coming, but keep the momentum coming in. I'm going to the last speaker in this batch before I accept the next one, Dr. Ketch. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. They have comfort during this hard time. Then second, let us remain leaderless, tribeless, like that. Led to many of such movement falling is having a leader who normally goes to the table and being bought. Let's not buy that idea of dialogue. It's not there, and we have to keep on pushing. Currently, I can say government, in quotes, are paying goons to join the peaceful demonstrations, and this has led to the chaotic and see what to do. Another thing also, I've also witnessed there is various people having hashtags supporting the dictator so that again the outside world can also understand what's going on. So let's keep on tweeting. For those who are online, keep on tweeting and using the hashtags Ruto must go, Ruto must resign, and so on and so on. Time comes if we don't push Ruto to go home now, but I know we will manage to push him home. We have votes to speak. This vote will help us even at the devolved level. We have our leaders who are not working completely, but they're we bring up leaders who can speak for us and who can also champion the demands of the public. Otherwise, I'm grateful, and that is what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for keeping time. You are almost at the timer. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us right now, this is Home Run with PP. Kabla niendelee kuongea, cheza jingle. Mic session. It doesn't matter the number of followers that you have, be it 10, be it 5, be it 3. Please request the mic. We'll be giving people only 3 minutes. It's enough to keep it host and Ayo as well. Nataka nianze na mtu wa kwanza anaitwa Six. Have you found a therapist?
Ngoja before therapist aongee.
Okay.
Before therapist aongee, therapist ulikuwa naye au leo. But anyway, before but usikuja hapa juu kusema nonsense, because one thing you guys need to understand is that our country is bleeding. People are very hurt, and you cannot downplay the fact that people are hurting. So you coming to spread ni sawa, haina shida. I won't expose your names, but we have Evans, Wakili, Irungu, Okumba, Doni. We'll just go in that order.
I wrote Sinilaumu, don't hurt me. It's just the rule of the platform. It's an open mic session. Dakika ni tatu. We have a lot of requests and we want to hear from everyone. So whether ni rafiki ama adui, I'm just a fair person today. Dakika ni tatu. Therapist. Usi therapist ni mgonjwa. Yeye anahitaji therapist. And by the way, I'm glad Evans is here, by the way. Evans is a therapist, so he's speaking after you, 6. So leo sichezi. So 6 dakika 3.
Sasa one is
wenda ku drop. Ndio kuna mamlaka.
Secondly, Wanyama, I already saw a therapist. He helped me a lot. I'm now happy. But you know today, ikatoa mdomo nikiwa hapo gari za Zuri. His face, he was picking blood with his hand. Alikuwa anashikilia damu na mkono. And I was like, damn, I almost became a liberator of this country. Sahi ningekuwa nimewekwa kwa billboard 6. Kwanza sahi wangekuwa ameunda 6,000 road. Ningekuwa nimewekwa hapo hiyo Dedan Kimathi tungegawana half. Imagine a liberator. So I want to say this, guys, you know, today I'm a very sad person. Why? We are keyboard warriors. Leo ayo amekaa mahali akaniambia huyu Pipita anaandika guys. Let's go to the streets na amekaa kwa bedsit yake Rongai. Anyways.
Last nilitembea kutoka Langata Cemetery mpaka town through Nyayo nikiwa na bandage kwa mguu mzee. Nimekimbia mguu tena nikafika kwa nyumba ikaanza kuanza. Wacha wewe. Mbona kuniambia huku nitumia message nikutumie fare? Unajua kuna mtu amesema hapa kwa hii space that alisema hapa kwa hii space that hauwezi jua hii kitu ni real mpaka uko kwa ground. Listen to this. Ukikuwa wakati hiyo tear gas inaanguka, kuna vile venye inaanguka mpaka roho yako inahama kwenda kwa lungs one time. So imagine walikuwa wanaangusha 3, alafu there was a point in time I was the last person, literally nikakaa chini. Some guy wa pikipiki akaniambia hebu ruka hapa hivi juu. Wakenya ni watu wazuri sana. Akaniambia ruka hapa hivi because mimi nilikuwa nimekaa chini nimesema sasa leo hata Faith anaweza nichukua pale hivi ndani. Faith anaweza nichukua pale hivi ndani. So mimi mkisema eti mimi ni keyboard warrior. Ni keyboard warrior because my leg is really failing me in this issue. Sitaki kukimbia hapo hivi nikuwe tena number last na naona huko nyuma ndo watu wanapigwa marisasi za mgongo bwana. So I will use whatever I have now and that is spaces. 6,000
PP, do you know 6,000? PP 6,000. Can you tell PP that last week a body was dropped next to me? Like literally a bullet went through someone next to me nikirecord video zangu. That could have been me.
I'm not going to
anyway, it can never
the time. 2 minutes.
Anyway, Ayo, it can never be you. So I'll say this, guys, you know, talking and they're not coming out. Nimekuwa na the self-proclaimed Dedan Kimathi hapo Java, and the moment he was seeing people, alikuwa police alikuwa anakimbia anajificha huko kwa washroom, unafikiria ni kama yeye alikuwa anakujiwa. Anyway, what next? And paid goons. Sometimes I feel like we fail ourselves as Kenyans because we always want to take advantage of each situation. And that is something that has been affecting us. Why do I say this? Look, Juzi, when people were busy tweeting here, free Osama, people took advantage and it was a follow for follow. Unaingia timeline, you want to read something important and it's follow me. Why am I following you and you don't have content? Secondly, look what the government has done. They have now paid goons to come and take advantage of the situation that is happening currently in the country. Why? Because wanataka kusafisha jina. That is just people taking advantage of the situation to discredit, to loot more. What next? What next is that we are not giving up. And if we give up right now, it means we will not get a better tomorrow. I'm fighting for those young kids in school who don't get meals every lunch hour. I schooled in a system where we used to walk home back for lunch when I was in class 7, and tulikuwa tunatembea mguu tupu. Hizo ni miaka kitambo, wayo hakuwa wamezaliwa long time ago. And that is not what I want to my kids, that they'll be saying we can't get a decent meal in school. So that is what you are fighting for right now. I'm fighting for those unemployed human beings. Wewe wanyama tulia bwana. Those unemployed human beings who the president said the housing program is not about houses, it's about youth employment. Are we going to be happy kufanya kazi ya mjengo? That is not what I'm and Wajia. That is not what I want. I want a teacher to be earning a decent salary of almost 100 to 200 Gs. Somebody asitegemee loan. Look at teachers who have retired right now. Mtu anakuambia nimekuwa nikiservice loan to just build a house. That is not what I want. Strategy that is going to help us navigate this. What we did not come up with what we call crisis management. When you do PR, mtafunzwa hiyo crisis management and how to handle yourself during a crisis. Right now we are in the middle of the crisis and we don't know what to do. Those people, the president has been in the middle of a crisis, and what did he do? He used round table interview. He went, became a stone face the first day, second day, withdrew the finance bill. That means he managed the crisis, managed to divide the youths into two. People came up with, people didn't have a decision. Are we going for dialogue or are we going for protest? The moment you divide a united crowd, they'll never find their footing again. It will take a very long period. So he managed to divide us. That one, he managed that crisis very well. But now we are in the middle of a crisis whereby our protests have been hijacked by paid goons. How do we manage that? That is what we should come back to the drawing board, write a strategy and say, in case there is this is what we are going to do. And the moment this is what, so just to cut short this time, kindly let's go back to the drawing board and come up with a good strategy that is not going to be violent but people friendly, so that those people who are wenye nimeona leo CBD wamebeba marungu, they'll still open their businesses but join our cause. Anyway, thank you Wanyama. Na yo wacha kusema wana.
Sawa, asante sana, and thanks for behaving as much as you might be mad as well. Evans, how are you kaka?
Wanyama poa sana. Pipita, umepona mguu?
Yes, Evans.
Are you well now? Is your leg all right? If you can hear me, Wanyama.
You are breaking, Evans. You are breaking.
Okay.
I think there is a connectivity issue.
I doubt. Is that better?
Yeah. Go ahead. Now we can hear you.
All right. Okay. Well, so just a few things. I think I want to believe that we are a society that believes that at the end of the day, the person who is on the streets, the person who is at home, the person whose business has been broken into, the person who is supporting the government, the person who is not supporting the government, all of us at the was we are going to bridge the gap.
Ayo, can you hear Ivan?
Come back. Let me drop and come back. Okay.
Evans, please request for the mic again. Once your connection is good, I'll just give you the mic and you can.
Good evening.
Good evening. Now, people, the connection you are thing well is saying host has connection issues. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for this list of those who've lost their lives during the protest, and pass a message of quick recovery to those who have been hurt or who are nursing gunshot wounds. Is a momentous occasion. Now, off to which way, Kenya. It is unfortunate that as Kenya, the very fabric that brings us together is now being torn right in the middle, whereby we have guys who even citizens and even steal from them in the name of we want to make everything appear chaotic. I don't know to what end, and I don't know to whose advantage. But having said that, I want to say this.
Hello guys, so we have been talking about our nation. Remember that our nation have been going through crisis since I don't know when. So as a millennials and as a generation X, as a generation Z, as an alpha, or as a parent to any of these generations, what is your take? Yeah, this government, like how can you tell or what can you tell this government, because this government is taking us for fools. Yeah, this government is taking us with like we don't know what we are doing, we don't know anything. It thinks like it's the one that it knows. Do you think it's just Ruto? Do you think it's the whole government? Do you think it's the whole system, or what do you think? I had someone saying that today in the morning. I had someone saying like we should indeed elect new people who have never been into governance. That's what I heard some people saying. But then I wonder if we had those kind of people, where will the experience thing come from? The one that whenever you go asking for job, they ask you for experience. Where will it come from? Those are some of the questions that you should ask yourself before you go to choose. By 2027 uwe uko na nini, ukuwe uko na your kura, yeah, kura yako kindly. And then another thing that you're supposed to be sure of, of the leader that you want to choose, because the leader you want to choose will have a take, a better life you will have.
Us who did all that. Then this week, as of today, yesterday, there was a lot of mobilization since it's a small town. And people are paid, including the traders and all that, to oppose the peaceful demonstrators. So today, I think that's the reason where everyone withdrew from the whole thing and we never took part to it. But for you people in Nairobi, kudos for the good work you're doing. Kwanza, pole zangu kwa wenye wameumia, na may the souls of those who have departed from us find eternal rest. So I will say a few quick points. Number one, though Ruto is the face of the enemy, he is not actually the real enemy. The real enemy is the poverty that we have and all those items which have contributed to that poverty. So the question is, even if Ruto is gone, what stops another leader of that caliber coming on? So that's a question maybe we should think about. And due to time, I would just say we can get out of the street, but you can.
And then after identifying, give us the solution. Don't just identify the problem. Give us the solution. Tell us the solution as you. What do you think we can do as people? What do you think we can do as people so that at least these problems can come to an end or something like that? Yeah, those are the things that we have to ask ourselves, because it's becoming too much pressure. Yeah, this one is the pressure increase is this one now, because we can't handle it anymore. Yeah, the more we try handling it, the more it becomes like it runs out of the hand. Yeah, so the Kenyan, as a patriot, you have to identify what you have to do to your nation, how you have to help your nation. Because if you don't do that, I don't know who will do that on your behalf. So kindly, as a Kenyan, make sure you do that. Make sure you do what you're supposed to do. Because if you don't do it, then no one will come here doing it for you kindly. So as a Kenyan, please, we need you to do what you're supposed to do at the time you're supposed to do. Yeah, because we really need you, and we don't think we need again to blame each other, to blame the nation, to blame the people we chose, because I think next time when we are doing this thing, we will be much more of one. Yeah, much more. We have been in school, we have learned, and then remember that the exam is coming. Yeah, so when the exam comes, make sure like akija turamba venye turamba, okay? That's the thing that inawezaambia Wakenya kindly. So let's go on with our life. Let's go on listening to people talking. People are like they are suffering angarism. Wako katika ile anger increase, ndio hiyo sasa watu wanasafa anger basically. So unahakikisha kwamba whatever you are doing, do it perfectly. Yeah. So tusinunuliwe by the way. Make sure you are
Those in the mic.
Hello, mnaweza nisikia?
Yeah, nakusikia.
Okay, hello.
Let's have the lady, then the gentleman.
Okay, so me, first of all, my sincere condolences to the families and friends ya wale washenzi wamelose lives zao kwa streets. That one is so heartbreaking. Hadi sahii mi siko tu poa, yani Ruto must go. Sasa way forward, I agree kenye wase wamesema, except hiyo kukuwa na leader, because hiyo kukosa kuwa na leader inatusaidia kukosa mtu wa kucompromise. Hawezi katu compromise na hawezi katu, inatusaidia in a number of ways And then kitu ingine tunaweza kaangalia, sijui kama mtaagree na mimi, ni we occupy the economy, because ni kama hiyo economy ndio inaleta issues zote. Tukiwa free economically tunaweza kuwa free hata politically. Ama juu nikiangalia ile list ya zile imports zinakujanga Kenya, ni vitu tunaweza fanya na tunaweza saidia.
Continue. Ala, nimemute watu. Kuna mtu ako na control ya kipenga hapa na sio mimi.
Okay, so nilikuwa nasema tunaweza occupy economy maybe kama bado tuna tone down on hii historia ya kuprotest since magoons wamekuja kutuinfiltrate. Tunaweza occupy areas kama kutengeneza essential laws, tusaidia hao ma Gen Zs. Unaona, as in vitu hizi ni vitu tunaweza fanya. May believe ni vitu tunaweza fanya, tunaweza share knowledge. I have the knowledge I can share with anyone mwenye coffee, tea. Hizo ni vitu pia sisi kama mayouth tunafaa kuangalia na tuweze
The next gentleman, we are trying to repossess the space. I currently can't see anything, so I'm trying to reconnect the space from Kinawanyama, and then we'll continue. But kulikuwa jamaa alikuwa next hapo, endelea.
Host. tuwe leaderless.
Oh boy, we are losing control of the space.
Yes, people.
Are being freed. So, Wakili, do you have something?
So that she knows that we know her. She is an LIS person.
For the liberation of our country. Some of us participated in the liberation in 19. That has made our people poorer, the corruption that has caused no medicine in So our money must speak for us. But we can change tack. And the tack we can try is that can we announce to the nation that this information to everybody at home that we are saying, ili to avoid looting and killing, then we stay home. It has worked for other countries. It can also work for Kenya, so that we avoid. It can also work for Kenya, so that we avoid. Who are going.
I've recovered the space, but you'll have to.
Are still recovering in the hospitals. Tuna wish quick recovery. And I will also begin by saying, personally, I am a millennial. I will not try and pride myself as a Gen Z. And I think I may speak as many other millennials who may be here. I'm one of those millennials who, at the beginning of this thing, were very skeptical about what exactly was going on, besides the clear element of the fact that Lukotuna reject finance bill. But then there comes a time in every discussion when tunaanza kuangalia back, una realize every single thing in happen in the present and in the coming future ni a repetition of the past. And the reason why nasema hivyo ni ati there's a guy who spoke earlier, I think I'll go to Victor. He said one thing that I agreed with. Is that for us to reach where we are right now, it is because a way forward is probably divided in three, and I hope my 1 minute in nimebaki itanitosha. I think the first thing I'll say is, or the only thing that I'll say majorly is, we need a sustainability ya hii revolution. Two, looking at civil education, enyewe Maya alikuwa no amekaa chini mahali ni kama this is not affecting them. Until we find a time when we can go back and have our parents buy into this same plan, this same idea, this same analogy just like us, then we'll make the revolution even bigger. The final thing nitasema ni nitataka kukumbusha kitu ile happen in the States. I've never been to the States, but I'll talk about this by virtual of reading. I remember when Biden and Trump war was starting and Trump was being thrown out, one of the things that happened very largely in the black community is that they realized they needed to go back to the roots and go back to every single person and remind them why it is they needed to vote. Now I think hapo ndipo tunafaa kuanza, whether ni story na ABC, turudi kwa ground kwa kila mtu understand kwa nini tuna need ABC, kwa nini tuna need education, kwa nini tuna need more voters, kwa nini tuna need all that. But when it comes to the protest, I think right now, tushaonesha ase plan yetu, ase wame do this thing larger and longer than us. They've been evading every single thing longer than us from one administration way ya kuanza kurudi back to the people, then tutaweza kuona mbele. As I started, Peter, you're doing an amazing job, and Ayo and Wamai and Wanyama, sorry, and kudos to you guys and cheers. And I think you guys are better leaders than anything else that we could honestly have. Shukran.
Okay, thank you for that submission. I'm going to move to a new set of speakers. I don't know. I actually did not know who spoke. I know Irungu spoke, Dominic has spoken, and Tomaso. So if you have spoken, kindly drop. And also, if you want to get into the microphone, kindly request the microphone. Let me play the jingle for the show because I've been having issues with the network.
This is the home run with PP.
Social issues that affect us, and on Mondays we talk about investments, Tuesdays we talk about state of the nation and politics, Wednesdays we talk about trending topics, Thursdays we talk about your health, and Friday we talk about relationships. So do find time to join us also some other time as well. Msitoroke after mambo ya finance bill. Anyway, that said and done, Home Run PP has always been supported by you, the listener. Pale hivi juu kwenye topic line, there's a number that if you like what we are doing, with the message that we are getting out there as well, you can always support by keeping the lights on these studios by sending a tip pale kwa hiyo number. That said that, we would like to keep this conversation going for as long as possible. For those who I can see their requests, I'm going to be accepting them, and then we are going to continue this conversation for as long as people can talk. So don't worry about me ending the space at 9 p.m. As usual. So yeah, having said that,
yeah, it's me.
Okay, talk to me.
Good evening, guys. So I'm kind of nervous. It's my first time speaking here, but I'd say it's really sad our president it's not connecting with us, and it's just not really good, and we shouldn't stop. Nothing is stopping us, but we need to find a way on our law can help us to find a peaceful protest? Is there a way we can find a way to maneuver and find a way we can find a peaceful protest? Because it's really really sad. And millennials, we need your help. We really need help, support, and everything. All the thing we can do, because this is bigger than every one of us. Thank you.
Thomas, had you spoken? Okay. Okay. Let me reset the mic. Let me reset the mic with the people that have spoken first. Irungo has spoken. Alkebal and hii jina ni ngumu. Alkebula and song.
I want to say sorry for those guys who lost we have a very Maandamano, but they didn't show on. They didn't show off. So I'm very happy with the agencies. Go on, let the spirit burn.
Asante David for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Madagascar, what do you have to say?
So hi guys.
Hi.
Doing very well to this economy of Kenya, because I think very well to this economy of Kenya, because I think for a long time you've been taken for granted, and for them to come up like that, congratulations. Secondly, I'd like to also offer my condolences to the people that have passed on. It's so sad, but it's commonly known that when you're in the battle, obviously there are some people who will lose their life so that to attain that freedom. The third thing is that about the way forward now is that as you can see, we have been compromised. Ruto is a very clever person. That guy is a very clever person. So definitely the guy has compromised us. And the best thing to do is sit all this turns back to us, and everyone will be like, the Gen Zs are stealing, the Gen Zs this, because he's trying to sanitize himself. On this, but kudos to all you guys, the Gen Zs, with the work that you're doing. It's very impressive. Keep on with the spirit. Tuanike hao watu with all the corruption that they are doing and everything that they are doing in the government. To say, let the spirit not die. Let's keep pushing, because I know one day we will get that freedom that we want. So thank you guys and keep on pushing.
Okay. We have a comment here. I've received over 1,100 comments. So let me first of all mute guys. Shamaliza kuongea unaenda kwa listener. Alafu guys, and if you had requested the mic earlier, kuna mtu ako na mic yake open and I need to teach him some lesson. If you are Danny Wallis, request microphone. If you're joining us, we have been talking about which way Kenya and also leading people to a destruction of business properties, and there has been a very big undertone of the politicians funding these people to go out there and cause issues. Naona Daniel anasema kwamba I hear a lot of talk on these spaces, but I don't know what really comes out of them. A lot of who's this calling me? Hey, now ananipigia mpaka through nani? Right. Ah, good. Let me just read that. Watu wananipigia hadi masimu za I'll bring you on. Wanasema kwamba up, speak on next, speak on the mic. Integrate all Gen Z social media platforms so that this it's not seen as an X-only movement. Mobilize a cohesive and synchronized TikTok, IG, YouTube movement, as only a minority of Gen Zs are active on X. For example, it's very easy to divide Gen Zs as they are right now because they are not speaking in one voice, one narrative. Your movement. We saw that strategy at play today. Why is this space? Higher. Let me finish that. Maths and technology, that's what you are going for. I'm a Gen X and we've been here before with a similar despot. I like that this movement is leaderless, but it doesn't have to look like directionless. The pronouns we and our has this passed the public participation procedure for all Gen Z.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing?
First of all, my condolences to everyone who has lost someone in battle. I know it's tough. Results, we could try having placards and doing it in silence for once. That way maybe goons won't have a place to penetrate. Because I think once we change
I think it's Helen.
Okay, hello everyone.
Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity. To be working on the next election and we think that it will be on our favor. The next is how can we talk about the progress way to the movement and everything will be okay. Thank you.
If you can hear me or request the mic again, I would appreciate to have you here. One of those vocal artists that started this revolution in buses before we
on exactly ensuring that this cause is fought to the bitter end. We must now have clarity of thought and ensure that we have key information on what President Ruto has requested to meet Kenyans or Generation Z through a space. I think that is still fine. As much as some people are against it, but still enough. Bettering up and about, eating our taxes and doing a lot of nothing and talking bullshit. So the state house budget has also to be slashed. Then even as the president says that we are going to have austerity measure to reduce the government budget from the 4 point something to 3 point something. I still believe that the government budget can be funded by less than 3 trillion. We can still run the country by less than 3 trillion by whatever KRA is collecting as tax. Because following what President Ruto was saying during the interview, that we are going to borrow 1 trillion because the finance bill has been shut down, but at the same time saying he doesn't have money to confirm JSS teachers or to hire intern doctors. Borrow 1 trillion inclusive of the amount that was shut down via the finance bill, then he has no reason not to hire JSS teachers on permanent and pensionable basis. Live lives of luxury, yet thousands and millions Bore told us to register at National Employment Authority. You see the jobs there for housekeepers, maids in the Middle East. We did not go to school to study engineering from JKUAT or law from wherever or medicine from wherever, and then they want to send us to Middle East to go and be maids. We are better than that. That is created thousands of jobs outside, when those jobs are only maids and housekeepers. So even as much as he says he's created thousands of jobs, I think we need to hold him accountable and ask him which jobs. He keeps telling us that 4,000 people are working in affordable housing program, and he's created 160,000 jobs. You should ask him which jobs. We are not going to allow ourselves, graduates and people who are learned, to be subjected to jobs like you are boyfundi, and then it proudly comes on national television and that is created jobs. Then another thing, when the government says that they are going to practice austerity measure, it has to be like the budget that is going to be revised. As a people, I think that budget must reflect the reality. Let them cut the budget, but let them give us at least things that systems that are working. You know something that Kenyans are failing to understand is that the prices of things have been going up day by day. Even passport, to get a new passport, initially it was 4,500. I don't know now what it is, but the amount went to 7,500. Renewing your ID if you lose it is 1,000. So many, even the cost of driving on the expressway went high because the Kipchumba Murkomen said that the cost of the dollar to the shilling had gone up. Yet now the shilling has strengthened, but the cost of the expressway is still high. So if systems were working at a lower cost, a calling letter, an admission letter that you're going to do Bachelor of Education with IT, and then you are paying 170,000. Are on this platform. We want to categorically tell him that we know what we want, and we are not going to settle for anything less than what you want. And if it does, then this battle is not going to go down. We are in this for a very long time. We are ready to occupy the streets. We are ready to do what it takes, and we'll call out when the goons also telling him that a time will come when those goons who are paid will also say enough is enough. We have eaten your money for long. You've messed up the country. And the next conversion is delivering of services and making the systems work, both to the benefit of myself and to all the other Kenyans. Not only to a few who then come and vomit.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Liza. I mean, maybe in other countries, but not in Kenya. In Kenya, education now is bare minimum, because you'd find housing is not about housing. It's not about giving people houses. A 2-bedroom. So they are demolished, and you're paying. Also, I think what Ruto really cares about is the profile of this country. And he said that during the interview. And he's such a narcissist because to put together, and currently is in denial because the people who elected him, quote unquote, because I'm not sure if the elections were free and fair. He's in denial because he has ego in it. Can keep up with. We need to be consistent, because if we relent right now they have won. If we our battles in the streets,
Also, as I finish, so today were dropped deliberately. For this government to stop killing us. So we need to also employ
is complaining on the comment section.
Thank you everyone. Thank you for giving me opportunity, Peter.
You're coming after Raphael. Yes, you'll come after immediately after Raphael.
Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for this platform, PP. It's a forum where we can share a lot, and we can deliberate ourselves. Government can attack. So if we tend to have a leader, it will have even more problems than we think, or it will give us an so we can be smart again now, attack through the social media. We use all the possible social medias to shut these leaders down, to shut talking about empowerment, economic empowerment. When we are just throughout in demos and we don't think of what to do next, it will be more troublesome, na hata sisi tutakuwa njaa na tuseme hali itakuwa mzuri sana. Another thing is let's start. When he calls for negotiation, we go do it online. We have a specific agendas which we need to be addressed. So we could probably talk about IBC. So when I think constitutionally we will be in a situation which is murky. Therefore, do that. Not stop only in this platform. We should trickle it down to the communities where we come from. And lastly, when we get a platform probably for negotiation or through the space with the president, what we can talk about is we don't want jobs in the East where we are enslaved. If he has gone out there to search for us jobs, let those jobs be brought here. Let the investors invest here in Kenya. We get employed here in Kenya. You find so many people coming back in coffin because of slavery in the in the East. That is Arabic countries. Is that what you want for us? No, we want our employment here in our country, our beloved country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Hassan Kula, how are you doing? Talk to us. Namna gani Kenya? Yeah, kwani nimepotea tena kwa mtandao? Wewe acheni kuniogopesha bwana. Aidha
My first point is, since yesterday in the evening, I have seen we are dividing. I don't know why. Seriously, we are dividing. And right now, I'm seeing some are saying no, we should not go in the street. We should go what. In fact, others are arguing. Some of us have been paid. We should not consider such. Peter, if we can focus on our focus, if we can focus on our focus, whereby our aim was Ruto must go, we should focus on that. Now, because now the goons, I'm hearing that people have paid goons to come and attack us and what. It is okay. We have many means of getting what we want. Number one, we can go for, just like we had said, we occupy one place and the other, like churches. On Sunday, we should continue occupying churches. In the funerals, these MPs should not speak in the funerals. In the churches, they should not speak. Even, you see, like last time Raila did this, we should boycott like Safaricom. We should boycott like any company that Ruto has hand in it. We should boycott. We have a lot of means how we can deal with the Ruto. So until he say it is true, then there is this thing of let us go and talk with the Ruto. Ruto is not someone we can talk to. Ruto has been there. We have seen him. We have
That's what I'm saying. And I said this even yesterday. You people are too blind to see because you are still drunk with the power of this wave.
Because next time before ongea
take advantage akiona protesters wametokea tao. Lakini how can you blame a thief for doing what a thief does? Like una blame like Otero for something a thief does.
Tunajaribu kumwambia maybe kuna msee akiona kitu ya msee imekaa
guys,
one person to go apologize. And why? What for?
Yeah, hiyo ndio issue nilishangaa naye, but okay, tulenge tu, kuna watu najua
protesters, but you had more destruction. It's clear that our watu wamenunuliwa ama wamelipwa